Central East Europe for this event and the whole week's events. They're coming in from Prague, Czech Republic, from Moldova, from Poland, from Croatia, from Moldova, from Romania, Ukraine. So let me go through a couple of just housekeeping points here. As I said, we are on the Hopin platform. For those of you who are physically here in the room, you can join the Hopin platform via your phone, your mobile app. It works really well, and that is a way to meet and talk to other people during the day online. For those of you who are on the Hopin platform only, again, you can network and meet other people by pinging them on the top left-hand side of that platform. You can ask them for meetings and have one-on-one meetings for those of you who are not physically here. We're in for a surprise today because this is kind of unusual. The hybrid is something that we've done before, but I've never done it in Texas. And we've got support staff in Poland, and we have teams here coordinating. So it's a little bit complicated, and hopefully it'll work well. So far, so good. The morning we'll be talking about the technology centers of Central Europe and why they are relevant and helpful and useful for Texas-based and US-based companies. Many of the companies that are here today are already working with US clients. They're keen to work with more Texas clients, and we have an agenda that will reflect that during the day. Presentations will be on this physical screen today, but they'll also be on the Hopin platform only, and those guys on Hopin will be streamed to this main stage here. We have, after lunchtime, we then go completely into Western Europe with the agenda focused on France, other parts of Western Europe. And then we have an afternoon at 5:30 to 7, AT&T reception at the AT&T Executive Center, the reception from 5:30 to 7 p.m. So that's when we'll see you. So I think without further ado, we can go to our first speaker, which is Dominik Andrzejczuk. Where's Matt? We've lost Matt. Okay. I assume that he's there. We got some disadvantages of communication with our team via Hopin. So Matt, I think we're going to be going now to our first online speaker, Dominik Andrzejczuk. I assume he's there. If that's the case, let's put him on there, Joanna or Matt, and switch over to two screens. That's going to work. Okay. And I will, while they're doing that, I'll give you a quick intro of Dominik Andrzejczuk. He is a venture capitalist based in Warsaw, grew up and worked in San Francisco for quite a long time.
Have you seen him?
He moved to Poland 3 years ago, and he is running Atmos VC, which is a tech-focused venture capital firm of about $25 million, doing seed investments and early-stage investments, tech companies in Central Europe. He has become a little bit of a rising star with some of his YouTube videos about how impressive Poland is as a new place for him. So let's see if we can get him on board. Okay, interesting. Let's see how we'll do this. Okay, we're going to make adjustments here. Because Dominik hasn't joined here this morning, so let's see.
Because he should be showing up down here.
Do we have Andrew Hallam, who probably is online? Matt, can you ask Joanna if we have Andrew? I think if we do, we'll go straight with Andrew and come back to Dominik in that case.
No.
Okay. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
The bad thing is I'm using my site, you know? So that's it. Matt, thank you so much.
Okay, we are back on and ready to go. So our first presentation is, as I said, from Dominik Andrzejczuk from Warsaw. So without further ado, we'll pop him up on the screen right now. Welcome to Dominik. Hi, Dominik.
Hey guys, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Not particularly, but I think the online guys for sure could. But we're gonna do another option. Get started. We're ready to go. We're gonna improve the volume in 1 second. Go ahead and start.
Okay. Well, sorry for the technical issues earlier, guys. It's my sincerest apologies. I'm going to go ahead and do a little quick presentation that I normally do. One of my favorite topics is the Central European ecosystem, of course, with Poland being in the forefront of that ecosystem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to share my presentation here. All right. So the question that I usually ask a lot of people, or actually the question people ask me here in Poland is, why did you leave California for Poland? And I tell them that, well, it's actually quite obvious. I believe personally that Poland, in addition, and more generally the Central and Eastern European region, have a lot to offer. And that one thing to offer is the fact that, you know, this is potentially the next hot tech ecosystem in the entire world. And so one of the things that I talk about as far as building ecosystems, and we see this in the Silicon Valley and we saw this in Israel, is that no matter how much money you throw at something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be able to start a good tech ecosystem, but you need 5 really, really important vectors in order to start that ecosystem. The first is you need to have a culture of entrepreneurship. The second is you need to have a high concentration of highly skilled workers. The third being a lot of public capital to sort of catalyze a reaction to get that tech ecosystem going. The fourth vector is having lots and lots of companies from abroad, private companies invest in high tech areas. And finally, the fifth and final vector is immigration. So let's talk about Poland. I believe Poland is representative of the entire Central and Eastern European region. It was behind the Iron Curtain, like the other countries. Much of the education system, which is actually one of the silver linings of the former communist regime, the education infrastructure in Central and Eastern Europe is quite similar. When I was in California, many individuals with children would actually send their kids to what were then called Russian math school. Russian math school is where they start teaching you algebra in first grade. This is sort of a very common theme in the education system here in Central and Eastern Europe, and arguably why we have such a strong tech ecosystem now, or budding tech ecosystem. But I want to first begin by looking at the culture of entrepreneurship. So here in Poland, as with many Central and Eastern European countries, we had a centrally planned economy and state enterprises. And given the fact that we had this centrally planned economy and these state enterprises, this meant that we also had economies of shortages. So long lines like this were very common in the former Soviet bloc. Simple goods that we honestly take for granted simply weren't available in the US. The New York Times noticed this in 1975. It wrote an entire article about black markets blooming in Eastern Europe. So if you were from the US and if you had an old pair of ragged blue jeans, you could sell those jeans for $70 US in 1975 in a communist capital. And this is just one anecdote of many, many anecdotes. Jerzy Kochanowski wrote a book about this, about the black market in Poland. And he also coined the term, the black market in Poland wasn't a black market that was selling drugs and uranium, but rather gasoline and socks. And so he wrote this book and compiled this list of anecdotes of Poles from the Soviet era. And he estimates that the total size of this black market was anywhere between 20 to 30 billion US annually. So we have our culture of entrepreneurship. Next up, obviously the heart of every tech ecosystem is its people. And so what better place to start than looking at STEM graduates? So this chart here, we're looking at the top 10 European countries in Europe, not just the European Union, as you can see with the United Kingdom. And as far as total graduates are concerned, Poland is number 4 in all of Europe. We also have Romania in the number 7 spot, Czech Republic just below that at number 10. And Poland is number 4 not as a function of population, it's rather a function of the high number of per capita STEM graduates. So Poland, as you can see here, is number 6 in terms of total population in Europe. But if we look at the STEM graduates per capita in Poland, Poland is number 9 here. And if we zoom in further onto that graph, even though Poland is number 9, in order for Poland to get into the top 3 spot, it only needs to increase this number by 12%, or roughly 14,000 per year. So this race to the top is incredibly tight. And now, one of the things I really want to touch on, and I think there's one of Poland's superpowers, is its women. If we look at just as far as total graduates are concerned, female in STEM, for that same period, Poland ranks number 4 at 325,000 in that 7-year period. But Poland is number 1 in terms of STEM graduates per capita, as far as female STEM graduates are concerned. And look at this. If we're looking at the female to male ratio, Poland is number 1. So almost half of all STEM graduates in Poland are female. And as you can also tell in this chart, we have Romania, Serbia, Estonia, Bulgaria, Croatia. So these are all countries within the Central and Eastern Europe bloc. So this is something that is unique to the region. Whereas if you look at Norway and Finland, they're closer down towards the bottom of this graph at 28 or 27%. So the highly developed regions of the Nordics are further to the right. So not only do we have our high density of highly skilled workers, but we also have phenomenal gender diversity. Next up, the public funding situation. So there's the National Center for Research and Development, or NCBR, and the Polish Development Fund, or PFR. If we take a look at NCBR since 2016 will have deployed $4.5 billion US through its Fast Track and Bridge Alpha programs in the form of non-refundable grants. And PFR will have invested since 2016 to 2023 a grand total of $750 million into its VC ecosystem. Now, what I like to do is I usually like to compare this with Yasma. So Yasma is the Israeli counterpart to PFR. They invested $250 million into their VC ecosystem back in 1993. So if we look at PFR will have invested 3 times as much capital into its VC ecosystem. And combined with NCBR, they will have invested as much as 20 times more than Israel back in the early 90s. So a considerable amount more. Here's a chart of the Israeli ecosystem in the 90s. And as you can see, in 1993, when Yasma started, here's a closer look. The VC-backed startup ecosystem really took off, and this was really the catalyzation that started the entire Israeli tech ecosystem. And here we have Poland. So in 2019 is when the Polish ecosystem really got its teeth. 2021 is turning out to be a banner year for Polish startups. And if we're to do an apples to apples comparison, Poland today is where Israel was in 1995. So we have our public capital that is catalyzing the reaction. Next up, some of you may have heard that Google just recently opened up a major cloud computing center here in Warsaw. They rented out 14 floors in a brand new high rise in the middle of the city. They've invested $2 billion of capital into this project. And the reason they did that is probably because Microsoft just a year earlier announced that they were investing $1 billion also into their Azure cloud center here in the country. And recently, Intel has been thinking about deploying its latest generation of silicon fabs here in the country, and that would come at a price tag of roughly 80 billion euros. But this, of course, is in addition to the 3,300 employees that the city of Gdańsk employs, or rather Intel employs in the city of Gdańsk. So we have our large investments in the high-tech areas. Of course, there are many more examples, but those are the 3 I wanted to highlight. And finally, from 2015 to 2020, given the political situation in the east of Ukraine, anywhere between 2 to 3 million Ukrainians emigrated from Ukraine and came to Poland. This was a massive influx of people, of human capital, and this is also considered to be one of the greatest European migrations ever recorded in our history. And this also is in addition to the rising trend of immigration into Poland from 2000 to 2020. So as Poland's economic situation continues to improve, there are more and more people that want to come here and take advantage of that economic opportunity. So we have our immigration story. And finally, I want to add one more vector that I didn't include earlier. It's arguably Poland's second superpower, and that is the strength of its diaspora. So Poland has one of, if not the largest diaspora in the entire world. In the US alone, there's roughly 10 million Poles or people of Polish descent that are living in the US, 6 million in Europe. For the entire world, that's roughly 20 million total individuals of Polish descent. That's more than half of Poland's current population. Now, back in the 90s, what really helped Israel build its tech ecosystem was that anywhere between 800 to 900,000 Jews had emigrated from the former Soviet Union back into Israel. 1 in 3 of those individuals was either a scientist or an engineer. And this, combined with the capital from Yazma, was really the catalyst that propelled the Israeli ecosystem to where it is today. If we're to look at just the 16 million that are living in the US and the European Union of Poles, that's 42% of the current population. And imagine if we were to repatriate 10% of that 16 million, so 1.6 million, that's 4% of the population. So myself included in that 1.6 million, these people can bring soft skills that are desperately needed in the region, soft skills such as sales and marketing and access to markets. And so the question is, does Poland, or really does the Central and Eastern Europe, have what it takes to become a real big tech ecosystem? And I believe it does. But in addition to that, I believe that all of the region has the potential to become one of the largest tech ecosystems in the entire world, given those 5 vectors that I mentioned, but also in addition to the diaspora that's slowly coming back to Poland to rebuild this tech ecosystem. So that's it. Very optimistic about the region. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, thanks, Dominic. Thank you very much. I'm not sure how well you can hear me, but the other guys here, of course, can. Thanks very much. Cool. And by the way, interesting, Dominic has filmed a little YouTube video. I'm not really sure why you did it, Dominic, but it's become like a huge thing. It's a little 10-minute video about yourself being in Poland, like with fresh eyes, new eyes, and it's great. And I think you've had something like 100,000 views, something like that.
Yeah, we're getting close to 200,000 now. If we're going to combine with Facebook, then we're reaching 350,000 total views across those platforms. Yeah, and in addition to all of the great stories around tech and the highly skilled workforce, I mean, the food here is incredible. We're about 2.5 hours away from warm places. So like right now in Warsaw, it's cold and it's rainy. If you want to go to Mallorca, it's about a €50 flight to Mallorca. You can spend an entire weekend there and just get the sun and everything that you need. So even me, being in California for all these years, whenever I miss that warm weather in December, I can always just take a quick flight to Turkey or to Spain and then spend the weekend there.
Cool, great. Okay, thanks a lot, Dominic. Appreciate very much the presentation. Very interesting. You can Google his YouTube, his name on YouTube. You'll find that very interesting video. Thanks, Dominic. Join us for any part of the day, and thank you very much. So we're now going to.
Thanks, everyone.
We're now going to jump over to our next presentation, and we've got sort of a double presentation on the city of Krakow and some from the eyes of entrepreneurs and business builders in Krakow. And we're first up with Andrew Hallam. Andrew runs the Aspire Association in Krakow, which is an association of focusing on the ecosystem of shared service centers in Krakow particularly. But I will also say that broadly speaking, the ecosystem of shared service systems across the whole, shared service centers across the region is absolutely huge, a huge opportunity. Half of the investment has come from US companies in that space, and forecast to continue to grow significantly in the next 3, 4, 5 years. So we got Andrew on site. That's great. Are you there, Andrew? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good. We're ready for you. You.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tom. So good morning, because I understand it's good morning where you are. It's good afternoon where I am. I'm not in Krakow. I've lived in Krakow for 25 years. I first visited Krakow in 1988. So I was listening to Dominic there about the culture of entrepreneurship. He's right, of course. But communism didn't only give the culture of entrepreneurship, it also gave it the opposite. But and actually, I'm going to touch on that maybe a little bit later, because obviously there are some great kind of opportunities in Poland, but it's your ability to manage the situation, to manage the risks and the challenges as well, I think. All right, so it's not all just about opportunity, I don't think. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to share my screen. So please let me know if the slides change when I do this, okay? Hold on. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask this because I couldn't see the slides changing on the previous presentation. So this is my opening slide, and it says Aspire Krakow calling. So can somebody give me an indication that you can see that? So Tom, can you tell me? Can you see that?
We can see that first slide. If you have a second slide, we have. Cool. All good, Andrew.
Excellent. Okay, so if I can, just a few words about Aspire. As Tom said, so I'm a co-founder of Aspire, a board member, and I run Aspire. I'm the general secretary of Aspire. And what is it? Simple, right? We're an association of companies operating in Krakow, delivery centers and development centers. And so we speak really to kind of two aspects really, which is multinational companies, but business services and tech, and that's an important point, and I'll come back to that. Yes, we represent Krakow as the top location, but we're not a promotion agency. You know, as all business associations, you know, our focus is on strengthening the business model. So yes, we facilitate networking, information sharing, market information. Yes, we're a business enabler, but the key, and again, this is something that I will come back on, is really about knowledge sharing. It's the companies that are operating the market, the strength of the relationships that they have and their willingness to share with each other and create a community resource. So, you know, speaking to Dominic's 5 vectors, you know, key part of the ecosystem, I would say the fundamental part of the ecosystem is the businesses. Do the businesses work with each other? Do the not just the businesses, the employees, do they integrate? Is there kind of cooperation and interaction going on at that level? Because, you know, public money, I have to say, you know, I think Poland and Central Europe has been very slow in terms of the public money that it has put into development of the business sector. Does it matter? No, actually, it doesn't. I would say the key ingredient is the ability of businesses to to be speaking to each other, sharing with each other, and really, I think businesses have driven the change in Central Europe. Alongside the aspirations of people working in our companies. Okay, so to move on, I'll come back to knowledge sharing, as I said. I just wanted to touch on this. Krakow, we're now focusing on Krakow rather than Poland. Krakow is the jewel in the crown. I mean, Krakow outperforms the rest of the market. I take what Dominic said about Google, and Google, I think, has the clout maybe to actually kind of change the dynamic. But in terms of a organic development, Krakow outperforms the market way ahead, right? Now, Thollens is a consultancy that's been running a ranking in terms of top cities for global technology and business services. Started as top cities for outsourcing. As you can see there, and I just want to kind of emphasize this because we tend to think of Eastern Europe, right? Behind the Iron Curtain, right? I just want to kind of put this out there, right? I mean, Krakow is the #1 ranking city in Europe, not in Central Europe, not in Eastern Europe, in Europe for technology and business services. It's business services, right? We're talking about back office for multinational companies. And I'll look into that a little bit later. But as you can see, over the last 10 years or so, Krakow has been vying with Dublin for that top position. Here's that Thollens report for 2021. They've been, in fact, I'm going to go back. I'm just going to show this. There's a volatility going on from 2016. It's a volatility I think we should all understand, which is it's a volatility to do with digital. Okay, so it's a transition from, let's say, back office in terms of business process to technology and digitalization. And Thollens, as we all were, I think, are kind of struggling to kind of understand what this digitalization means. And so that's where the volatility comes. And in fact, what's happened now is they've actually changed their index. Their index now is about super cities. It's not about top cities for outsourcing. It's about super cities. And you'll find Krakow in there. Okay, Dublin outperforms Krakow. We now find ourselves in 20th position as a super city, just behind San Antonio. So I'm assuming you guys know a lot about San Antonio, and above Los Angeles. Now, it's just an index. I don't claim that this index is accurate, but it's probably indicative. Anyway, the idea of the super city, I think, is an important one, because if you think you're going to come to Poland or other locations in Central Europe because of cost, cost plays a factor, but really that isn't the reason that you would consider coming. I'm going to come now to some data which I do trust, because this is the Aspire headcount tracker. This is the 2019 tracker, so this is before COVID. So this tells you the actual state of the industry in Krakow in 2019. The beginning of 2019, we go out to companies operating in Krakow. We ask them for their current headcount. We ask them for their forecast for the end of the year. And this is what they told us, right? So it was 80,000 approximately at the beginning of 2019. And the forecast for the end of the year or the beginning of January, beginning of 2020, 90,000. Okay, we made the projection that therefore this was going to lead to 100,000 by the beginning of 2021, without knowing, of course, that COVID was going to hit. Nevertheless, between 2014 and 2018, the CAGR in terms of headcount for Krakow was 20%. Why is this important, right? Because maybe this is a local perspective, but there's always a kind of a discussion around, I suppose, cities within Central and Eastern Europe having their day in the sun, of there being a certain amount of talent which is so far not utilized, which is there to be employed, that you use up this talent, and then when you've used up this talent, then you know the game moves on. This is clearly not the case, right? What's clearly the case is the supply meets the demand. Okay, so every year different demands have been placed upon the market, and every year the supply has met that demand, which is to say supply or demand attracts supply. This is really key in terms of the extent to which the market has gone up the value chain, shall we say. I just want to show you some numbers from this year. Okay, so this was the top 50 companies. We did we surveyed the top 50 companies, and we asked them what their headcount was and what their projections were for the end of the year. So this was conducted in May this year. So from those top 50, we had a starting position of 31,500. By the end of the year, they forecast they would reach 36,500. Okay, so which represents a 15% increase. Please don't look at the number of new jobs, because it only applies. It's not for the market as a whole. It's just for those 53 companies. Nevertheless, the average new jobs per company is 90, and that's probably accurate. But let's have a look at this from the context of what we're discussing today. Because I want to look at business services and IT. And this would be a kind of key point that I would like to make, which is I really don't believe that public money is what builds an ecosystem. I believe that the presence of multinational companies is what builds an ecosystem. That would be the reality of what we have experienced over the last 20 years. Of course, it started with business services. Of course, it started with back office. It started with the ability of people to speak English, and they were graduates. Within a few years, it translated into the ability of those graduates to speak other languages. And then it was not about the skill set that they currently have. It was about their aspiration to develop skills. And this is a really key point, the aspiration to develop skills. It's not about the skills that are there today. It's about the skills that can be there tomorrow, right? And so this is where I'm sure Dominic and myself would agree, is this is something which is very, very, I mean, it's not unique to Central Europe, but it is a characteristic, it is part of the culture of Central Europe. And you can compare it to the UK, where I'm from, where, you know, jobs in business services for years have not been considered to be good jobs. These are good jobs. Jobs in business services in Poland are good jobs. They're well-paid jobs. They pay about 70% higher than the average wage. All right. So you attract the best people into those jobs. Into IT, even more so now. So let's have a look at where the growth is. So let's have a look, right? So let's focus, I would say, on the right-hand side. And so the new job split. So more jobs are being created in IT than are being created in business services. And in fact, look at that. The growth in business services projected for 2021 is 23%. growth in business services, 12%. That's along the lines of what we saw before the pandemic, which was around 11% in 2019, 12% in 2021, in IT, 23%. However, this was conducted in May, all right? So as we know, a week, they say, is a long time in politics. It's a long time in business these days. And so I would guess that for both business services and IT, those numbers may be on the low side. Okay, so that's looking at the kind of local situation. The global situation, I'm going to have a quick run through. I think we all know this, right? These are some slides from a recent event that we did called Krakow Calling, a broadcast in association with the management consultancy Zinnov. I think we all know this, right? This is what is driving the interest in Central and Eastern Europe, and in fact across the world, right? So globalization has kind of changed its course. There's now a complete focus on digital engineering in all industries, and what's the upshot of its focus on digital engineering? Talent crunch. Okay. And clearly, that's why we're looking at alternative locations. Same with business services, right? Nobody moves business just for the fun of it. They look at it because it's impacting business growth, it's impacting the bottom line, etc. So into that, we've got the uncertainty of work from home or hybrid or whatever we want to call it. Okay, opportunity, but clearly also risk. I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the conclusion that there's need, therefore, for enterprises to build multiple hubs. Nevertheless, there is a need for enterprises to look at building multiple hubs. And this just puts it into, again, the numbers, these are not my numbers. These are Zinnov's numbers. Nevertheless, if you can see the spend on engineering, research and development, I think we all know that, right? And so I'm assuming that this is why you guys are all at today's conference, right? Which is you're looking to identify new talent hotspots to build centers of excellence, where you can build teams and where teams can be scaled at optimal cost. I don't say that you can do that. I think it's interesting. I mean, let's look at Central Europe. Again, I don't testify to these numbers, but within the context of Central Europe, Poland for sure offers you the most, right? I mean, just in terms of population, which is around 40 million, just in terms of the EU funds that have come into Poland, compared with the other countries within the region, in terms of, what some would say the tech talent availability, which you can see there is 170,000 plus. And all of those kind of high level numbers would tell you that Poland might be the right place to come in terms of work from anywhere. People have been talking about work from anywhere. Realistically, work from anywhere generally means work from within country. So Poland, I would suggest, is probably where you should be looking. Again, whether these numbers are correct or not, but they are indicative, and cost is a factor for sure. If you move it, it's going to be more cost effective, notwithstanding the variables that we're unclear about, right? Which is, what does location actually mean when people don't actually need to work in offices anymore? What does an ecosystem mean when people don't actually need to work in a location anymore? As yet, we don't know, right? We don't know. What is important, we may not know, is that you have people thinking about it, they're talking to each other about what it may mean, because we've all got an interest in trying to understand that. Back to back to Aspire, back to the kind of data that we collect. I trust this data because this data is collected from our members. We collect this within 24 hours, as you can see, 54 companies, nearly 40,000 people. And I reckon this is probably familiar to you, right? And I want to kind of, if the idea is that you can come to Central and Eastern Europe and you found some kind of virgin territory, forget it, right? There is a certain truth in that. I mean, it certainly doesn't have the same kind of infrastructure as where you're from, or from the UK. So to that extent, yes, it's a kind of virgin territory. But you're not, it's not a one-horse town. You come in and everybody is going to suck up what you've got to offer. As you can see, I mean, I'd be astonished if these weren't on top of your concerns too. Salary inflation, candidates insisting on working from home, shortage of candidates, higher turnover, hybrid model. Okay, look, I don't want to put you off, right? In any way. I mean, in fact, the opposite. What I want to say is we're dealing with the same business issues, and so then the question comes down to what is our ability to deal with those same business issues. These are our members. Okay, these are only our members. We're not a closed shop. There are other significant companies in Krakow that are not represented here, but hopefully you can see that there are a vast number of companies represented here that you will be familiar with. I mean, these are multinational, global brands. So I think this is important. Brand is magical, right? Brand attracts brand. I mean, I've sat in meetings over the last 20 years with promotion agencies talking about, how brilliant we are, etc. And then I've gone into meetings where, someone from FedEx has met someone from Heineken, and suddenly we're all speaking the same language. We speak the same language, okay? And, earlier, we do compete for talent. Of course, we compete for talent. But at the same time, we all understand that we have to work together to grow the cake. More than that, the business model keeps changing, as we've seen, right? Nobody would have predicted 20 years ago the importance of digital. Now, look at those companies that have themselves established in Krakow. Right, I don't know. Actually, you can't see if I use my cursor. For instance, HSBC, 3,000 employees in Krakow, 25% of those in IT. So, Philip Morris, okay, 1,600 employees in Krakow, 25% of those in IT. Curate, QVC, 600 in Krakow, 25% of those in IT. And I can go on. Of course, you've got the tech companies that are here, but you've also got the multinationals operating in different industry verticals who are very, very strong in terms of their presence. And 25% of their FTE, 25% of what they're doing is based around technology. And that's been the driver. Honestly, that's been the driver. The money which business services has put into the local economy, well, it works out about 35,000 euro per employee, right? So $2.5–3 billion dollars per annum, for instance, in Krakow. And so that's driving the change. So forget public money, all right? If you're expecting politicians to understand what's required, then I think you'll be waiting a long time. But if you're expecting global organizations to understand what's required, I think there's a lot shorter time lead to market. So that's probably all it is from me at this moment. I would say this, costs talent pool, talent availability, infrastructure. These are all secondary from learning from each other. Learning what's possible, and catching the future through talking to each other, right? So that's my definition of the ecosystem. I think you have it in certain places in the US. I think we have it in certain places in Central and Eastern Europe. I think you can add up the different factors and you can make a case for any location in Central and Eastern Europe. But actually, I think if you come down to culture, I don't agree that there's a culture of entrepreneurship. I think there's an opportunity to develop a culture of entrepreneurship. I think certain places have done that. So I think Krakow has done that, okay? Culture of entrepreneurship, and then in terms of, are there places which have the ability to kind of push forward themselves? Yeah, again, some places do, some places don't. As we know, the world is not flat, right? Some places are more equal than others. The world is spiky. And apologies to Thomas Friedman, but I would think Richard Florida probably have it right. Okay, and so that's it from me. All I wanted to say is we also produced this report, the Krakow IT market. So if anybody wants to have access to that, please either contact myself or Tom. I'm going to stop sharing. Tom, I don't know, do we have some time for questions or discussion amongst ourselves? That I don't know. Tom, over to you.
For Krakow. We don't really have time for questions, Andrew, but thank you very much. Great tour de force about Krakow and Aspire and Century Europe on the shared services side, IT. We're going to jump straight away over to the next presentation, which is from a Krakow-based entrepreneur, John Lynch. So we're going to take you off the screen now, Andrew. And by the way, I will ask for all the speakers' presentations, and I'll share that with everyone, all the slideshows, if anyone who wants them, I'll put them on some kind of common drive so you can all access it. So thanks very much, Andrew, for joining us this morning.
Before you say goodbye to me, and I'm probably not going to meet John, but John and I have known each other for, God knows, 25 years. So, John, if you can say something I didn't say, I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen. But okay, thanks.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be speaking very much right this moment. Maybe I'll have during the day. But what I will do is be adding things, of course, during the day. And we're going to try to stay on schedule this morning. So I'm going to say once again, thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it very much. Hope you'll stick around. This next presentation should be good too, with John Lynch. So if Asha is in the back room there on Hopin, we can jump over to put John Lynch on the screen. And thank you very much once again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got John already. Great. How you doing, John? We can't hear you yet. Maybe you've muted yourself or something like that. There you go. Maybe now try. Huh? I can't hear you. Maybe hop in, guys, or got you on mute. Asha, can you check that? John, are you on mute somehow? Okay, Asha or Alina, and hop in. Help us with that. John, it could be on you might have muted yourself somewhere. Okay. Hopefully Asha is going to check on that right now. Yeah, we're taking you off. Asha will get with you, and maybe you guys can sort it out. So I'll also, while we're getting that sorted out, just add one more thing. We have some, at lunchtime, we have also awards for top 3 digital services providers, and in about an hour, that will be the poll on Hopin. So for those of you who are on the Hopin system, or plan to be, you'll be able to vote also on that 3 award winners later on as well. Okay, as we're getting that sorted, what else can we talk about? We've got,
Tell us about your trip out here.
that's another trip.
How was it?
Great trip. No, I think let's see, Asha's working on that. I give her 2 or 3 minutes. Let me go off the screen and check on that.
Yeah, it's on his side.
It's on John's side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I could see he was.
Nothing more, okay? We'll start with Mr. Craig Smith.
And you see, the city where I came from. So, Craig Smith, Europa Property Magazines. We publish magazines covering commercial real estate for Central Eastern Europe, and with a lot of IT companies coming into the market and constantly always looking for new office space. So happy to be here. If you guys are looking for anything like that, happy to talk anyway. What's so funny? What's like?
Talk about your name and
Yeah, right.
That's typical Central Texas. Tell a whole story.
I always take advantage of every opportunity. He never lets me talk normally.
I can't do that for you, T.
My name is Alicia
I
Nandecka,
appreciate the
and
game.
I represent Ubik, a technology company with software development and staff augmentation from Poland.
Okay, thank you. If you don't do your name and company name only, we'll have 4 introductions. Yeah, okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Salil Mohan. I'm based here in Austin with FDI Business Diplomacy. We're an advisory firm of investment agencies all around the world. And my business partner, Brad Knapp, is over there. He'll introduce us.
Hello, Tim Garwalski. I'm a current MBA student here at UT.
Hello, Jonathan Black. I advise on corporate and governmental communications and media strategy.
Hi, I'm Katalin Brichu from Lenify, from Cluj-Napoca, Romania.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Christoph Ernst. I'm coming from Hamburg, Germany. I'm in the marketing business.
Good morning. I'm Andy Martinez with the Texas-CEE Chamber of Commerce.
As I said, only a short introduction. We'll come back to everyone later on for the next break. For sure, there'll be another technical screw up for a few minutes. So we'll come back to this later. And while we've got John on,
you hear me now?
John, yeah?
I'm here. Do you hear me now?
We hear you now. Great. The floor is yours. Go at it.
Good. Let's see if it works with the speakerphone. Does it come across okay now?
The same.
Okay, good. It's better for me this way. All right. Is it morning in Texas?
Yes, it's morning in Texas.
All right, it's morning in Texas. Good morning, Texas. Okay.
John?
I'm sorry, Tom?
You have a screen share?
Yeah, I'm going to screen share in a second because that's the last time the people are going to see me once the PowerPoint slides go up. So I thought it'd be nice.
Maybe you don't know about it, but you're live right this second. Did you know that?
Yes, of course.
So let's have a presentation. Let's go.
Okay, very good. Share. Okay. Do we see my presentation?
No.
No?
We cannot see it. No, we cannot. Now we can. Now we can. Cool. You're up.
All right. Here we go.
Make sure the second slide works. We had that earlier problem. That's cool. Go. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, Texas. I'm John Lynch. My friend Andrew Hallam just a moment ago told you everything about Krakow. So this is going to be a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best at least to be a little entertaining. So as perhaps you've read, I'm an American. I'm living in Poland, probably for more than any other American here. I came in 1991, and I've been here the whole time. So I'm 30 years in Poland. I'm an entrepreneur. I was a corporate guy before. I worked for Procter & Gamble and some other companies, but I came to Poland in the early 90s, right after the fall of communism, and launched a business here. I'm also deeply involved with the American Chamber of Commerce. So I was the founder of the American Chamber of Commerce Krakow branch back in 1994. And I've been a board member of AmCham Poland for about 15 years. So I'm very much on top of American investment in Poland by sitting on the AmCham board and being a part of dozens of companies' process of deciding whether they want to invest in Poland and in particular down in Krakow. So I'm just going to share, I've got some slides, but I'm going to just share some of my own experiences as a business person living here. It's changed a lot over the years, as you could probably imagine. So let's just jump right to it. That's me. I figure you're not going to see me on the screen much, so I'll show you who I am. And then my own background is, as I've told you already, I'm an American living in Poland since '91. I've been chosen the Entrepreneur of the Year and the Expat CEO of the Year. I guess if you stay somewhere as long as I have, it ultimately happens. and I've gotten recognized by the Polish president, Komorowski, for my efforts in helping rebuild the Polish economy starting in 1991. Background, I'm a mechanical engineer from Lehigh University. I have an MBA from the Wharton School. My first job, serious job, was at Procter & Gamble, so I did that for about 4 years. And then in 1991, I moved to Poland in a program organized by the United States Agency for International Development, which was to help the post-communist countries right at the beginning. So it was quite an exciting place to be in the early 90s, as you could imagine, with KGB running around and 100,000 Soviet troops and tanks still stationed in Poland. We were looking over our shoulders a lot. I wish it were that exciting these days. Now it's just business matters and personal life. There isn't the excitement from the early 90s, but it's still a great place to live. I launched my own business in 1992. I don't think you'll find it on Wikipedia, but I'm probably, if not the first, then certainly one of the first Americans to launch a startup in the post-communist Eastern Bloc, in my case in Poland. 94, founded the American Chamber of Commerce. In 2003, I was elected to the Amsterdam board. I've been on it ever since. My little pictures here are my Polish-American flag, so I'm very much an American patriot, but after living here for 30 years, I've become kind of a secondary Polish patriot. Lynch is my company, and if you know of it, I've been an active member of Young Presidents Organization, which is a great organization with its headquarters in Texas, by the way, which is a network of 23,000 CEOs and heads of businesses around the world. So the picture to the left is the famous poster of Lech Wałęsa when he brought down communism through his solidarity movement, Solidarność. The picture in the middle is Lech Wałęsa many years later. I've had the honor to meet him several times. And the picture to the right is a guy from Texas. Maybe you recognize him. I went through my photo data bank, and the main Texas guy I could find was President Bush Jr., and that's me in there giving him a t-shirt with his picture on it. So that was for the local crowd. Just very briefly, my business, like many entrepreneurial ventures, starts very humble. That building to the left was how my company looked in the beginning. It was as basic and humble as you can imagine. There were no modern buildings back then. And today, we're in this beautiful complex that you see on the right-hand side. So a lot has happened over the almost 30 years. And I've gone through all of the waves of change and growth and challenge in doing business in Poland. And I will say right off the bat, I know a lot of American business people over here. I know a lot of American entrepreneurs across Europe. When I hear their war stories and horror stories of doing business in different places, I feel pretty content that I've chosen the right place to start up a business. You know, Poland is very Warsaw-centric. It's the capital, it's the financial center, it's kind of like the New York and the Washington and the Silicon Valley in one. So not as many Americans down in Krakow, but if an American company decides they're considering making an investment in Poland, and in particular Krakow's on the list of candidate cities, I'm very often invited to the table for the dinner to talk about what is it really like. Because I'm not a government person, I'm an entrepreneur, private citizen. I recall the first one of those meetings, maybe the first one of those meetings ever in Poland, was by Motorola, who had 3 software development centers around the world, US, UK, and I think in India. And they were looking for the 4th center, and there was a very intense competition with Czech Republic, Hungary, other places. And I was at the final dinner before their decision, and I was sat at the table next to the CEO of Motorola, and he just talked to me the whole evening. He said, "So John, tell me what it's really like. I don't want to hear this BS from government and stuff." So, you know, I wouldn't say I was like the defining factor by any means, but I have been a credible voice of American investors in Poland for a long, long time. The presentation today, by the way, is sponsored by the city of Krakow, and it's in connection with the region we're in called Małopolska, which is Lower Poland, and then with funding support from the European Union. So they're the ones who are bringing this to you today. So that's my journey. The last step of my journey, you look at that little logo, my logo to the right, Linka, and the little logo to the bottom, Vantage. I just merged my company with a New Jersey-based company called Vantage Apparel. And so it's like the natural next step is that my company is now partners and part of a global group that's servicing, we do corporate clothing, uniforms, all types of clothing for all types of companies. And together, Vantage and Lincoln will make us one of the largest companies of our kind in the world. So today, you know, I didn't sit through Andrew's entire presentation. I will move pretty quickly, so not to go over time. And if there's some repetition here, I do apologize for that. But I will still try to give it my own spin, so that and then afterwards, if your company is really seriously considering a move to Poland or to Krakow, then you can get my contact information from Tom. And really, it'd be my pleasure to have a Zoom talk or whatever it is you want to do. Or you can come to Krakow and buy me a beer. I'm pretty easy. I'm pretty cheap. So, okay. So I'd like to start presentation by telling you a little bit what I'm going to tell you. It may be the same things, some of the same things from Andrew, but basically, quality of life in Krakow is fantastic. It's one of the very important factors why Western and American companies choose it. There's a massive industrial area near here called Silesia. The capital is Katowice. There's lots of industrial companies there. There's coal mines and steel mills and even some high-tech stuff happening, but it's just not as nice an area to live. And so even the companies that are out there tend to put their executives and employees in Krakow because it's really such a great place to live. And this has not changed in 30 years. It's only gotten better. It's a very entrepreneurial region. So if your business wants to hire get up and go younger or middle-aged employees, it's a very, very good place for that. This is my main reason. It's not, maybe not everybody realizes this, but there was, in 2004 was the year that this whole group of Eastern European countries joined the European Union. It was 9 countries. And it was Czech Republic and Slovakia and Hungary and, you know, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, et cetera, et cetera. But the little detail that many people didn't realize is that the population of Poland was bigger than the other 8 countries combined. So the European accession was really a story about Poland, because Poland was by far the most heavy population and otherwise. I think Poland had as many farmers as the entire European Union combined. So it was a very agricultural country at the time. You can see here also, it's the 6th attractive city for international business services, and just generally considered high for investment attractiveness. So this part of Poland is a quite business-friendly place, very nice place to live, and therefore it tends to attract a lot of investment. So where's the Polish economy? It's been 30 years of constant growth from the day I got here until today. There has never been, well, I guess last year was the only year there was a little a bump because of COVID. But besides that, it's been up the entire time. So it makes for a very robust economy, both domestically and also servicing the European market. There used to be high unemployment in Poland. It's no longer an issue. The forecasts going forward are 5 to 6% growth, so it's good. And the COVID impact is much less, as you can see here. In Poland, it was 2.7% drop. In Europe, it was 6%. So Poland held its own. The same thing in the famous financial crisis, the real estate bubble stuff. The European Union dropped by 2 or 3%, and Poland didn't drop. It was still up 1.5%. So it's pretty resilient economy. The different parts of Poland's not a huge country physically. In Europe, it's about the 5th largest, but still, I'm not quite sure if somebody said, is it the same size of Texas, or maybe it's smaller than Texas. But the different regions may have some specialty different than one another, because Wrocław, which is almost unpronounceable, the Germans call it Breslau, is very close to the German border, so you get a lot of logistics companies who are servicing Germany. Amazon has its main operations there, and a dozen other major manufacturers are there because they're closer to the European Union. But it's not like Krakow is that far. Krakow is about 2.5 hours down the road. But Krakow is very famous for its tourism. It is one of the things that makes it a multicultural city. It's got some manufacturing, although it's not known as a big manufacturing center. I run manufacturing, and other companies do too. Communications technology is very much its sweet spot, and this business process outsourcing, shared service centers. Andrew knows that topic better than anybody, so I don't need to say much. And then deep tech and engineering really coming up strong. There's Sabre and many, many more companies who have major software development centers here. I meet people who are coming looking to hire 25, 30, 50 people. And I have people like HSBC that comes and says, we're going to have 2,000 people within 2 years hired. The scale of possibilities is quite huge. The Małopolska region, I'm going to do this quickly because I suspect that Andrew probably talked about this, but it's about 8% of the whole Polish economy. There's 74,000 companies, 400,000 including sole proprietorships. So it's a big potential region for enterprise. 3.5 million people, 1.5 million economically active, 2% spending for R&D. It's the highest in Poland of all the counties. So there's a lot of R&D spending here compared to the rest of the country. 24 billion in exports. So it's generally a better performing area than the rest of Poland. Although it doesn't matter so much for you guys and gals. It's you're probably going to be looking at technology investments as opposed to selling something in the local economy. But nonetheless, it is a robust area. I've got to guess. Andrew covered this, but it used to be a nightmare to get from Krakow to anywhere, and today it's a piece of cake. The airport has been expanded tenfold since I arrived. It gets 9 to 10 million passengers per year, which makes it a pretty major airport, and so it's no problem. And the same thing regarding roads. The Polish roads were indeed a great adventure in the early 90s, and it took forever to get anywhere on the tragic post-communist highways. But over the last 30 years, they've just managed to get pretty European standard highways built around the country, and you can get to the main places in Poland without much problem. I personally use the train almost everywhere, and it's an excellent train system. If we look at some of the areas that Krakow specializes in, and I really don't know the different industries that you represent. I know it's technology, but that's a pretty broad area. The life sciences is a very good, sustainable energy, communications technology, multimedia, chemistry, metallurgy, partly because of the steel industry, which is quite close. And there's a very large engineering university here, kind of an MIT of Poland. And then machinery and a creative sector, because Krakow has been the cultural capital of Poland for hundreds of years with the artists and actors and painters and etc. So there's a very good art university, the Academy of Fine Arts, which cranks out hundreds and thousands of very creative types every year. So That's what the education probably underpins Krakow's success. This is over 150,000 students. I think it's more like 200,000 students, and it's constantly churning out 40 to 50,000 graduates per year for the labor market, and those graduates are being sucked up almost immediately. My wife is a school teacher in a Polish high school, and she says every single student in the high school by senior year have internships, part-time, 50%, working for companies in the industrial zone or in some of the IT companies, because their school produces a lot of programmers. So yeah, the main universities, I suppose Andrew probably covered. It'll be in my presentation if you want to get a copy. But there's 30 in the county, and there's 22 in Krakow. So it's really it's kind of the Boston of Poland. It's a lot of students, and it makes it a great place. Young people want to live here, and it used to be, in the 90s, it was 99% Polish people living here. And nowadays, if you walk through the main part of town, you'll hear about every language on the cafe tables outside. So it's really become a very diverse place, which is good. It's good for Krakow, good for Poland. Yeah, the second largest Polish ecosystem. So there's a great book written called Startup Nation about Israel, and people are starting to call Krakow Startup City because of so much activity, not just by American investors coming in, but also by young Polish entrepreneurs just starting businesses, and some of them are incredibly successful. So among the research and development, Andrew showed some slides with some of the companies. These are some of the ones that I know. Motorola is first because they were first. Aptiv is automobile, like Valeo. ABB, everybody knows ABB. Jacobs, big engineering group, used to be called CH2M Hill, I think from Texas. And they either merged or were acquired by Jacobs. It's got a couple thousand engineers doing major infrastructure projects like roads and airports and train lines and industrial complexes. And they set up in Krakow because there's so many engineers coming out of the university. Sabre, I've mentioned before, another Texas company, I'm pretty sure, is the airline software company. And I remember when they first came, I met the first chief executive for Poland. He hired 50 people or 100, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it's like 2,000 programmers now are sitting here in Krakow, cranking out code for the airline industry. So a lot of interesting stuff happening in that part here. And they're finding, it used to be all Polish recruits, but now you're getting Hungarians and Czechs and Spaniards and Germans and other who are just being attracted to the region because of the talent. Yeah, so the region, a couple highlights, just the only Polish region with 2% R&D, top class engineering, the Polish STEM universities, mathematics and engineering, and the best quality of life in this. It's an attractive destination because it's really an attractive place. I heard a little bit of reservation in Andrew's end of his presentation, and it's tough right now, post-COVID and supply chain problems, and labor market is much tighter than it was in the past. But I'm still very bullish on Poland and Krakow as a destination. One of the projects of the Krakow city, like many cities these days, is to rejuvenate some of the areas that maybe have not boomed as much as the other areas. So the Nowa Huta area, if I had more time, I'd tell you the whole story, but the short story is that Krakow was a very artisan town with intellectuals and politicians and academics. And when the Soviets forced communism down Poland's throats, the Krakowians voted against the vote for communism, and Joseph Stalin decided that what Krakow needs is a good injection of proletariat spirit. So he built the largest steel mill in the Soviet system, about 7 miles down the road from Krakow, and called it Nova Huta, which means the new foundry or the new steelwork. And it ended up becoming a 200,000 person part of Krakow, entirely supporting the steel mill that was making Soviet tanks and Soviet cars and all this stuff. And then, of course, when the Soviet Union fell, poor old Nova Huta steel mill just didn't quite collapse, but it really dropped. And you still had this massive city out there. And so it's not grown as much as the rest of Krakow, but the city is quite visionary and are really putting a lot of resources into building business parks. It's a very nice area. And so, whereas 10 years ago, probably nobody would think about setting up their offices in Nova Huta. Now you've got the concert hall, the sports arena, cultural centers, and now industrial parks. And so I think that Nova Huta is going to be a little bit like Brooklyn was the ugly sister to Manhattan for a long time, and then Brooklyn just had its own revival. So Nova Huta is a very up and coming area. Lots of people live out there, so it's a good place to get employees. And this Krakow Nova Huta, in that word, if I could hear you, I could offer 10 zlotys for anybody who could pronounce that word, because the Polish language, of course, is not the easiest one out there. It's actually Kraków Nowa Huta Przyszłości. Przyszłości. I don't know how the hell I learned how to say that, but I've been here for 30 years, and I guess that's a part of the indoctrination. So this is basically a development organization to help transform Nova Huta and make it an interesting area. It's got incentives, it's got lower market real estate prices, and in general, a very interesting part of town. Nova Huta Przyszłości, inspiring, attractive, organized space for entrepreneurs and innovation. And frankly, it's only 10 to 12 minutes from downtown Krakow. So it's not like it's another town an hour away. It's right there. It is Krakow, actually. Okay, and the second interesting thing is the Krakow Technology Park, which has been around for a long time. I think Motorola is one of the first players of it. And this is something I was also involved in encouraging, because it's turned out to be really that spark that resulted in Krakow being known more often than not as the Silicon Valley of Poland. So the technology part has the pre-incubation, incubation level, fully developed companies, support for new companies and established ones, including financing and tax incentives. So it's if you decide to really take investing in Poland or Krakow seriously, then a meeting with the KTP, Krakow Technology Park, is highly recommended. It just shows some of the tax incentives in the region of. These are some of the investors in the special economic zone. Motorola again, HSBC. HSBC was a phenomenal story, coming in with shared services and back office support. 200 people. I met the director. My kids go to the American school in Krakow, so it's an excellent school. There's also a British school in Krakow. My kids are in school with the kids of the director of HSBC. He's from Indiana. I sat down and talked to him. So how many people are you hiring? So we're going to start hiring 200 people for our IT and back office. But we're going to try to get to 2,000 by the end of next year. So when HSBC came in, there was a big sucking noise of talent heading out to that part of Krakow. I think they're much higher level now even. And Shell is right next door. They've got a big center. It's been quite a ride. And then, I guess it's my almost last slide. So the executive summary would be, if your company is in multiple locations and thinking about another one, it's widely known that India is a great destination for IT, for back office work, for customer service even. I think a lot of companies considered Krakow as an alternative, or even a better alternative than India. It's a little closer to the States. The time zones are closer. Actually, the accents, and this is not any statement or anything, but in the United States, some people had some issues with understanding the Indian accents in English. And in Krakow, the Poles tend to have quite good accents. So they're okay for online customer service support. But then in general, just the great source of talent, the vibrant ecosystem, the strong university network, high quality of life, good infrastructure, international connections in more than one meaning, and just ending in a top destination for Central Eastern Europe. If your company is considering Europe, I'd say 20, 30 years ago, it was about London or Paris or maybe Brussels. I'd say in the last 10 years, the smart money, the people who are well informed on European business know that Central Eastern Europe within the EU is the smart place to be. And after a pretty in-depth analysis, I think an awful lot of companies conclude that Poland is a great destination, and I will attest to that. And then in particular, Krakow. And what you see is that simply the companies that came originally to Wrocław, they got a second office in Krakow. They got another office in Warsaw. There's another one in Rzeszów. So, it's not a competition between Wrocław and Warsaw and Krakow. All of these cities are winning tons of investment, and ultimately, many of the players end up diversifying and setting up, or maybe even cross-regionally. There could be something in Slovakia and Krakow and Prague. Depends on the scale of what you're doing. So that's it. I hope I'm more or less on time. I got started a little bit late, but that's me again, John Lynch. And if there's any time for questions, I'll answer. If Tom wants to boot me off the screen, then you can boot me.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. Can you hear me, John? I'm not sure you can hear me, but
yes, I hear you. I hear you well.
Cool. Thanks very much. Really good. We are going to keep moving along on the schedule. We're right on time. We're a couple minutes late, but we're fine. Really interesting presentations. Congrats for what you've been building in Krakow for the last 30 years. So impressive. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we're going to take you off the screen now. And I'm going to.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
Bye, Texas.
Okay, I'm going to do a little housekeeping, improvise a little bit because we're a few minutes late. So what we're going to do, I'm going to steal 15 minutes of your coffee break for later. So we're going to cut that to 30 minutes to 15 minutes. And we're going to now start the next panel, which is called Connecting to Central European via US-based teams of investment agencies and commercial counselors. And what we're trying to do here is have kind of introducing other regions, in this case Estonia and Lithuania, some of the Baltics to the market. So if you're looking at those countries, you know who to talk to about that. The other thing that I want to just mention for the following session, which is our short digital solution showcases, for those of you who have not given me or Matt your presentation on pen drive, please do so now. I know that we have Fritz is online. I've got Core, I've got Linify. I don't think I have Soft Binator, and I don't think I have Equilib. So if you have any presentations, please make sure you give to Matt here at the back, okay? Okay, so without further ado, let's invite Maris Pri from Estonia up to the stage, and from Lithuania, Danas Vatkevicius. And I apologize for the bludgeoning of your last name. From the Baltic states of Lithuania, Danas, and Maris, and I'll ask you each to do a better presentation of yourselves than the very short one I've just done.
Yes. Thank you.
So tell us about yourself first.
So my name is Maris Pri. I come from San Francisco currently, but I represent Estonia. My background is heavily in operations, early stage investments, and corporate governance. So it is from the private sector. Now, for the first time ever, I'm working for my government. And my goal here in the US is quite simple, to be the face and the voice of my country, to be the spokesperson of our digital society, our business environment, to be the advocate of our startup landscape, and to be attracting foreign direct investments to Estonia.
But how do I control it?
I think that's very shortly about my background.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
My name is Danis.
What email
I'm
should I send it to?
economic counselor at Lithuanian Embassy in DC. We have also representations in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. So we call our team, I'm representing just this, not only DC, but whole team here in United States. So we have everywhere counselors for economic cooperation with the United States. So of course, the primary goal is to promote export and investments, but as well, we also developing more deep connections with United States companies and facilitating Lithuanian companies also to come to United States to scale their business, because it's the best market what we have in the world in the United States. So we have our companies coming to invest here in the United States. Also, we are inviting companies from United States to develop their businesses within European Union and in particular in Lithuania. So this is my goal, and I believe all of my colleagues' goal.
Just the USB.
I'm using this right now.
So one thing, by the way, Dan, is make sure that you speak closer to the microphone, because it's not just the audience here. You got to be projected back into the screen. Let me just kind of start a little bit. By the way, I'm an e-citizen of Estonia.
I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
Impressive what you guys have done. The IT side and the tech side, the simplification of all the processes, everything's online, 100% super. And of course, it's inspiration for many countries in Europe. Poland has the same aspiration to have such a system, but they're far from it right now. Yes.
Just a minor correction, not 100% things are online. 99% government service is online, which means that you cannot get married online and you cannot get divorced online. Everything else is doable online.
You don't need to go to a study.
Okay, and I'm going to jump into Lithuania and come back to Estonia. But I want you to just kind of add whatever you want to add. But with Lithuania, I will say, in great support of Invest Lithuania, which has done a tremendous job of attracting investment in the shared services sector. We work with Invest Lithuania a lot. They come to all of our events. They are the most proactive in the region of any promotion agency. They are the best, really. And again, I think it's impressive what they've done. They keep doing very active, proactive in that space, and then you're seeing lots of shared services coming into Lithuania. A lot of American companies have come in recently. Scandinavian companies have come in. And I think it's impressive what you guys have done, and an inspiration to other countries and cities in the region as well.
Thank you very much for these kinds of words. Actually, what Invest Lithuania is famous for is for tailor-made solutions for the company. So why we attracting so many well-known American companies? Because we work very precisely with and trying to tackle very concrete needs on every company. So if you're considering expanding a business in Europe from Lithuania, so you will get the case manager who will be following you all the way from the starting your business, expanding your business, and aftercare solutions as well.
So Marius, what are you doing in San Francisco? I mean, why are you there? What do you do? What is the message you're sending out? And just curious about that.
So it was 13 years ago when the first representative of Estonian Investment Agency actually came to Silicon Valley. At the time, Estonian startup scene was just about to raise. It was almost non-existent. But ever since, there has been a representative in that area, with a focus more on venture capital side, because it's Silicon Valley and San Francisco, etc. And that's one of my goals as well, that I do there. I do interact and build relations with local investors, but not only venture capitalists, it's also family offices and private wealth managers, because also our VC funds that are in Estonia need investments, and I think the US family offices would be a good fit there. So that's part of my job that I do, and obviously advising the companies from US who are looking towards Europe. So that's what I do as well, to have initial calls with them to identify if what are their aims, what are their needs, and then if Estonia would be a fit there at all, or maybe I could recommend some other countries in Europe that I know a little bit better.
Yeah, tell us a bit more as well from Lithuanian perspective, Danas, what you guys are doing. You look at Estonia, again, on this e-government and huge magnet for VC investment, even from Japan. Somehow unusual, Estonia has some sort of special place in the Japanese investment. I don't know really why. I'd love to hear why. But also, what, Danas, are you seeing from Estonia that you guys are trying to copy or replicate or do that you think would be a way to drive Lithuania forward?
It's a very good question. Actually, we are very happy to see how Estonia is developing this everything, I would say. So it really helps Estonia to be seen on the global stage. And everywhere you go here in the United States, it's always, you see, we know Estonia, they are country. So it's really where we are not trying to follow, but we probably are cooperating and competing at the same time with Estonia, because our region is not very big from geographical point of view and from people. But anyway, what we have in common with Estonia, I think, is smart people and very dynamic people. They can adapt to different situations. We can speak different languages. And if you, for example, come to Lithuania, some companies American companies operate from Lithuania in 35 languages. So in one place. So it means really in Estonia, in Lithuania, and I believe in Latvia as well, our neighboring country, you can find really very talented people. We invest a lot in education. So, for example, in Lithuania, more than half people at least speak 2 foreign languages. It's next to Lithuanian as a native language. So we really do invest a lot in STEAM education, and in our elementary schools, kids already starting to code. So it means really where we are learning from each other, cooperating with each other, and competing sometimes with each other.
Tell us about Japan. I'm just curious, how did that happen? What is that about?
That's a very good question. I mean, yes, I think Japan people feel culturally close to Estonia. They value nature and this approach to organic very highly, and Estonia being one of the countries with one of the cleanest airs in the world, and more than 50% in Estonia is covered with forest, which means that it is the nature is there that is very pure, untouched, and I think that's what attracts Japan and Japanese people. On top of that, there has been very strong connections with private sector wise as well. One of the early days, long time ago, there was an Estonian startup that managed to get VC investment from Japan, and that kind of spiraled the spillover effect that there's lots more interest in between now. and there's constantly Japanese delegations coming to Estonian startup conferences and innovation conferences, and trying to attract Estonians to do the same towards Japan. So that's, I think, a short answer.
Question about the strategies of development in the countries. Yeah, everyone knows labor is tight. It used to be trying to get jobs for people. That's shifted clearly. Even the idea of locations is somehow shifted. Is there a location of anything these days? An office, people working remotely. With this, let's say, new environment, how is Estonia or Lithuania? What is kind of the strategy for key investment or development of the country? How would you summarize that in a couple of minutes?
Ooh, okay. That goes about my expertise talking about the politics now. And being a diplomat, I should be very careful with my words, I guess. I think Estonia took a very long time ago the deliberate approach that we are, understanding that we are a very small nation, 1.3 million people living in Estonia. So we can never be big with our size of true, like the citizens, but we can be big in other ways, and that is the soft power and the influence that we can have in the world in other topics. And now with the employment question, and every country does have a shortage at the moment with different sectors. Estonia took approach that that if we can't get our birth rate growing so big that we would be able to support ourselves, then why don't we open the borders? And that's where the e-residency program came into light, and that was, I think, 7-8 years ago. So the whole idea is that that with that program, Estonian government is providing online, verified online identity to people who are interested in, and with that identity you can have government interactions online, exactly the same level as Estonian citizens. So you can do your business online, you can file your taxes online, your all the interactions online. Also with the private sector, other companies, like we don't do paper signings like the signatures, like everything is done digitally. So that's our approach to grow the company or to grow the country, with attracting foreigners to come to Estonia and open their businesses in Estonia. And hence, growing our economy, employing more people, attracting more people to come to Estonia, and yep. Yes.
And Lithuania?
Well, strategy is always difficult topic. But mainly we are focusing in our government investing in developing modern economy, which is our future economy. So we are focusing on several areas. It's biotechnologies, then IT, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. And of course, having these two areas in mind, also we are focusing on manufacturing. But manufacturing is so-called fourth industrial revolution, where artificial intelligence and IT solutions have more power than people working force. So this is several areas where we focusing. So what we do as a government, we try to facilitate these developments through new laws. Let's take, for example, financial technologies. So our central bank is very active in bringing fintech companies to cooperate together, creating new regulations on the new technologies which are still on the way. Or, for example, when we talk about big investments in manufacturing, so our government designed some law where companies coming with big investments can be excluded from corporate tax for 20 years. So we take take these solutions as a possibility to see how we can work together with businesses, trying to understand what are their needs and what should be done from the government perspective, how to be more attractive for the companies and companies to develop their businesses not only in Lithuania as a small country, but developing their businesses as in European Union as a big 500 million market.
I think that's a very interesting point that you mentioned that the government, what is the role of the government and how to look at it like in supporting or fostering innovation. I think both our countries' governments have taken the conscious approach to be in the forefront of legal innovation, which is as crucial as the innovation coming from the private sector, that there has to be a legal framework in place that supports it, especially if it's like a very novel technologies we are talking about, either it's the robots or self-driving cars on the roads, like are they permitted or how they are permitted. Delivery robots roaming on the streets, in Tallinn, that's like a common sight all the time. Is it the car share like rides that they merge like Bolt and Uber, and so on. And also being small countries, I think we are both smart enough to understand that you can't be a specialist or they're visible in every aspect and every sector. So especially smaller countries, they need to know where the strengths are and build their core competencies around that. And for that, Estonia definitely has cybersecurity in mind very strongly. Having the NATO's the cybersecurity center of excellence based in Tallinn, or being the first one ever bringing the cybersecurity topic to the table at the United Nations Security Council. So these are the ways I think that we do build our brand in the world, and should be looked at when deciding what are the countries in Europe, and there are many countries in Europe, they all different. But that comes down to what is the need of your company, what are the specific aims and goals of your company to decide which country would be the best fit.
And shifting
For a moment to companies from the Baltics expanding to the US. How much involvement do you guys have with that? And some big names like TransferWise is big, has come in. The unicorns, there have been a few. Lithuania, a new one has just come in. I can't remember the name right now. But tell us a bit about what kind of support you have, or do you see that more trends of those companies expanding to the US? Maybe start, Maurice?
Okay. So export topic, export of Estonian companies towards US is not in my competence area. But that being said, I think Estonian companies are taking it rather rationally to look at US and seeing like it is a massive market. But when we talk about especially startup companies, then obviously there has to be a clear understanding of when to enter to the market. And that's the advice that my colleagues from the export division are giving to Estonian companies as well, to really define, where do you want to sell? It's the same as US companies don't look at the European Union as one entity. You need to define which country to enter. What is the strategy? It's the same vice versa here as well, like which state to enter first, and then where to expand next. Rules are different, right? There are Estonian companies exporting to US, definitely. IT services are the easiest ones. You already mentioned Wise, formerly known as TransferWise, which is one of the unicorns of Estonia, providing financial services. Let's put it that way. And now Bolt is not in the US, but Bolt is the biggest competitor to Uber in Europe and in African markets, for example. It's providing similar services as Uber. And several other unicorns from Estonia or with the Estonian founders in US. But yeah, in general, I think IT services are the easiest to come, and physical export is always the trickiest.
So in Lithuania, before coming to United States, we always advise companies to make some kind of preparation. So we have special agents, Enterprise Lithuania, who are doing pre-screening of the companies. Are they ready to come and to expand their businesses here in the United States. And for bigger companies, it's not a big problem to find out a solution here in the United States, working with investment promotion agencies of different states in the United States. But for smaller companies, it's probably also where we are moving and facilitating them to come to the United States. It's gathering them all together. For example, we have a very well developed laser industry, but these companies are not so big, and coming one by one, it could be quite difficult. So what we are trying to do is to create some kind of Lithuanian laser center here in the United States, and through this center to facilitate these companies to develop here in the United States, and not only selling products, but also working with different laboratories, universities, and developing together projects.
I'm going to wrap up in a couple minutes, and then let's keep our lunch, our coffee break for 15 minutes. But any last comments or thoughts from you guys about the region or the interaction with Texas or with the United States? I'm just kind of curious any other final thoughts you might have. Maurice, because you're new, you've been how long in San Francisco? It took you a long time to get there. You couldn't fly, right, for a long time.
Yeah, true. Like I've been in the US now 11 months, so it's not too long, and I'm still learning a lot all the time. But yeah, what fascinates me to see how diverse it is, how different different regions are, and that's what I mean. Like my position is in California, in Silicon Valley, and already there's a lot of activities to oversee and have my hand on a pulse. But I'm very curious to see what Austin has to offer. Obviously, there's been a lot of media coverage on Californian tech workers and companies moving to Austin and now coming here. And I've been talking yesterday with several people, getting verification, like what is really happening and moving around the city. I'm very interested to see, how the city is going to grow within the next, let's say, 5 years. It does have a very good feeling, and I'm not surprised anymore of the talks of the tech people from California wanting to move here.
Maybe you'll be moving soon, right?
Maybe, who knows?
And Dennis, you guys have an office in California as well, don't you?
Yes, we have an office in Los Angeles. Coming back to your question about our region, actually, I still believe that this Central Eastern European countries are still hungry for doing businesses. It's not so saturated, and people are very dynamic. They are eager to learn, and these kind of things brings advantages to our region. So I see companies from United States visiting our region and never been there before. They are very surprised. Actually, we saw today a presentation of Krakow. It's really amazing city and amazing place to do business. But if you go to different countries in Central and Eastern Europe and the Baltic states, everywhere you will find really very good business environment. People really are very open. People can speak freely English, and it's really for U.S. business. I believe it's the best place in Europe to do it.
Okay, on that note, we'll leave it with the last word there from Vilnius. Okay, Marius, thanks very much. Danis, thanks very much. So we're going to take a coffee break now. Round of applause, please. So we will do a 15-minute coffee break back here at 10:30 to keep on schedule, right? And again, those presentations back to Matt if you've not given us the presentations yet.
Yes.
moving on schedule also for those who are online as well. Okay, so we are now going into the next session, which is called CEE Digital Solutions Showcases. And these are rapid fire 8-minute overviews of some unusual and unique solutions created in Central Europe, predominantly for US problems that were solved by Central European tech talent. So we have today 6 presentations, and again, they're going to be very fast, 8 minutes, and I'm going to hold you to the 8 minutes with 2-minute Q&A afterwards. So for those of you who plan to speak too long, change your plans, okay? So first up is first Retail Business Center, Szymon Stadnik from Warsaw. Second is Echolab Software, Kathleen from Bucharest, Core Technologies, Soft Minotaur Technologies, Screening Box, and Linify. The first 2 are online presentations, and the subsequent ones are all physically here. So without further ado, if we have Frista and Szymon Stadnik, Asha, if you can get him online, we're going to start with the first presentation, Frista Retail Business Center in Warsaw, Poland. Hello, Szymon. Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Hi, Tom. Thank you very much for invitation and introduction. Welcome. It's a pleasure to be in front of such a great audience. My name is Szymon Stadnik. I'm entrepreneur. I'm specializing in outsourcing, moving the processes from US, from Western Europe to Poland to utilize the great talent which Dominic and John were describing you before. I would like to introduce you to Frista and our business solution, which we provided to one of our clients.
And John, let me interrupt a second. Asha, if you could take me off the screen, let's have just one screen with Frista there. That'd be better. And Szymon, if you have a screen share, that'll be the time to start that. But do take us off, Asha, the main stage, off the screen. We'll have just Frista, please. Okay, over to you, Szymon.
Okay, just 1 second. I just right now. Oh, perfect. Okay, so as Frista, we are outsourcing provider, specialized in IT and non-IT services. So we have various delivery model based on the customer needs. So this is BPO, IT managed services, extended project team, consulting, and standard IT outsourcing. As I said, we moved processes from the west to the east using the huge talent pool here in Poland. We're growing really fast. We have 300 highly specialized professionals here in Poland right now in Warsaw. We serve our clients in 7 languages, and all guys have higher education. And we serve the clients in 3 major areas. One is IT, and this is really broad range of services, starting from ERP, SAP consultants, dynamic consultants, and developers, CRM specialists, e-com developers, front and back end, as well as cloud engineers, EDI, and managed service like IT help desk. But we have also clients, and we support the clients in customer service, in omnichannel, and finance and administration. So this is standard accounting, but also collections, controlling, and business analytics. And what is quite unique about our delivery model is that we have those 3 elements of our success. So one is test and try operating model, which means that we allow our clients to really test Poland before going to the market, even with 1, 2, or 3 positions. So this could be moved to Poland, to Frista, and based on this experience, several months experience, we can pull together the partnership, the trust between each other, and can learn. Especially, we teach our clients from US or from Western Europe how to navigate in Poland and how to utilize the full potential of Polish labor market. Another element of our success is lean methodology. So we use lean all around our processes. We are really agile. A lot of our clients are retail clients, so they really require a huge flexibility from our side, and we have a boutique approach. This means we have really comprehensive scope of services. as I said, starting from IT up to back office, accounting and controlling. And also all those elements are actually were used in the business scenario, which I want to describe you. So we had a client who had, this is a international retail group, fast fashion. They operate in 30 countries, and their strategic goal was to increase the income from online sales. They made an audit, which they concluded that the online store is actually not really, it's deficient, so it's not optimal. And the reason for this was that the previous external digital provider made a faulty code, and so this resulted in really unstable e-commerce store. They also work in silos, so there was no communication between digital providers and the client team. So they were looking for a solution, outsourcing partner who could build up for them the whole competence center of e-com, which could really consist of several different departments and which comprehensively support the e-com agenda. And what we actually did is that within 5 months, we created those several teams, which end up as a competence center, e-com competence center for this fashion company. And this competence center included e-com development team. So this is mainly IT, backend developers, frontend developers, cloud engineers, DevOps. And actually those guys, within the first month of operation, they moved the whole online store from the dedicated service into AWS cloud solution. We created the e-com team consisting of performance marketing specialists, UX, SEO, web merchandisers, marketplace specialists. And this was complemented with customer service, which we built also exclusively for the client. And this customer service was based on the customer service delivery model was based on SLA, drafted together with the clients. It serves 7 languages. And those 3 teams work really closely together. And we added several other team members. So this was back office specialists in the accounting. So they were doing payments, reconciliation, master data, and making sure that the quality of data are really on the high quality, and business analytics. And on top, ERP specialists for the integration. So the client was operating on SAP solution as an ERP. On the other hand, on the Magento platform for e-com, and between it was also logistics system, warehouse system for Manhattan. So we were responsible to make sure that the integration between all those systems is done properly. And over here, the success was based also on our methodology, so lean methodology. We were making sure that actually the processes we took over and we were responsible for were mapped properly. And then we discussed how to optimize the processes so that the customer experience would be improved. The whole team was managed by the program manager and several project managers. Again, this agility of our approach was extremely important. As you can imagine, in online store, it's all about speed and testing all the new solutions in very agile way. So as a result, the outcome of this experience, this is already on for the last 3 years. We generated the saving for our client of $3 million US for the last 3 years. So this is, it equals to 35% cost saving per every position. In the first year of operations, we contributed to the 84% increase in the sales and 88% in the increase of the conversion rate of the web page of the online store. And through our actions and optimization of the online process, we also were able to contribute to the improvement of customer satisfaction by 30%. So if you would like to learn more about how we can support your business in building up particular teams customized to your needs, you're more than welcome. I'm really available for you all time. We would love to support you, to support American business. We work with various brands from fashion, but also from production. And of course, we work on lots of technologies. Thank you very much. It's 8 minutes. It's a pleasure to to be in front of you.
So thank you very much. And just so the audience here knows, and anyone, Q&A, if you got questions about it, please raise your hand and I'll get a microphone to you. So that's kind of the process. And same thing online on Hopin. You can ask a question on the chat and we'll monitor that and bring up the question as well if you do it that way. Okay, so I don't see any questions here in the audience, so I'm going to keep moving along. Shimon, thank you very, very much for the presentation, for your time.
Thank you.
Impressive. Keep growing, keep bringing in more international clients, and we will check in with you when we're back in Warsaw.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great, thanks. We are on to the next presentation from Equilobe Software. And that is Katalin, who is also online out of Bucharest.
Hi, Tom.
Hello, Katalin. Nice to see you. Super. On time, right there. Super. I'd like to see that. Okay, so the floor is yours. And again, Asha, you control them as you like.
Yeah, 1 second.
2 minutes Q&A. Ask some questions afterwards, by the way, guys.
Can you... 1 second.
Almost had it.
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. Okay, I'm going to share the screen.
When everyone's watching on stage, that's when it doesn't work, right?
Exactly. I'm missing the pointer, which is very interesting. Yeah, I know, but now the laptop is missing the. Okay, 1 second. This is exceptional.
Okay.
Can I rejoin? 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine. You want to go off and rejoin? No,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Go off and jump back in. And then David, you guys will be next, right, after this. Okay. So I think the way the hop-in works, if you're sharing the screen, you have to reboot it and re-enter the system. Are any of you in this room here using a hop-in at all at the same time? Interesting, yeah. It's funny how I think the hybrid thing is really, it's the wrong name for it. It becomes 2 events. You've got the physical event and you have the guys online talking to each other. And I don't see people crossing over very much in our experience. Okay, Katalin, try again.
Yeah, 1 second, sorry. It's not... Well, can I just wing it without a presentation? That would be unfortunate.
Well, I can, yeah, I'll pull up this one. These guys and jump back in. Yeah, you know how to get it done? Yeah.
Okay, now I think it's... Okay, can you see my screen now?
We can, yes.
Wonderful. And you're seeing this slide, the story of an idea that became a product.
Close that, right? Yeah, got it. Okay.
Okay,
So you're on.
Sorry for the delay. So, without further ado, in the next hopefully 8 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about Metricity and how this product became, in roughly 12 months, how we switched from idea to a product. We were approached 1 year ago with one of our clients, by one of our clients, with a crazy idea, or let's say a hunch of changing how the organization was looking at data. So we jumped in a series of workshops with this client who operates in the wholesale business to explore more of the problems that he was facing. And during these workshops, we identified 3 challenging perspectives that we wanted to bring back to the organization. The first perspective was about a trend that was changing, the trend of using big data versus small, wide, and quick data. And the fundamentals behind this related to the evolution of technology. And with artificial intelligence, with machine learning, there is more and more a need to consume data differently. The second challenging perspective was about who was actually using analytics and who was actually using the data. And we're seeing more and more a switch from analytics being the sole responsibility of a siloed department like business intelligence, and we're seeing more and more analytics being built by product owners, being built by HR. So the trend here is that all of the people in the organization are becoming more data workers. The third challenging perspective that we identified during the workshops was about intent. And by intent, we're referring to being more intentional about the data that we were measuring. The whole trend in the industry is about being data-driven, but as a terminology, this implies that we are looking at the data that we have and we are trying to make sense of it. And this is limitative in essence, because we are only going to ask questions to which we have data to support the answers. So the third challenging perspective that we wanted to bring back to the organization was about how can we set decisions, how can we be intentional about the goals that we are setting so that we can afterwards create, harvest, and bring the right data to support those decisions. After exploring this problem space, we went back to the organization and had a series of interviews so that we validate this hypothesis. And to no surprise, the pains were there. People were complaining about Excels being passed back and forth. People were complaining about not having access to actual real data, but always having data one day late. And in general, not being able to make decisions based on the real data that the organization essentially had. So this meant that we validated a bit the problem space, we validated the pains, and we moved forward in the process that we had with the customer towards identifying solutions and identifying the needs, the essential needs that the application was supposed to solve. And these needs were around measuring and creating data that was readily accessible and that was made available real time, and then switching forward to being able to make sense of the data, identifying possible leading and lagging indicators so that you can compose metrics, and building on these 2 pillars, the ability to set goals and make decisions in the application. And we can look at the example that John made with HSBC in Poland to see how that would relate. And then closing the circle to be able to track all of these decisions and all of these measures in real time. The outcome of this step is metricity, and what we like to say about metricity is that it offers you insights in your pocket, and this is basically a tool that focuses on giving you access to real-time operational data so that you can actually make decisions based on the right data, on the live data. The features that we're focusing on building in metricity are aligned along the lines of discoverability. So we're trying to create a marketplace where each team, each individual can publish relevant metrics of his or her department, so that these metrics can be explored and consumed by other departments, but also composed. There are many aspects and perspectives that you can find when you combine metrics like headcount, like salaries, conversion rate, how long it takes for us to make a hire, or how engagement is going in various departments. We're building a small layer of analytics where you will be able to drill down and filter, so you can see, for example, how the seniors are, how the salaries are spread between seniors and middles. And the most important aspect that we're trying to build in the application is the intent. So we're trying to create a place where you can set goals, either create them in the application or connect maybe to other applications where you're setting your OKRs, and then attaching and connecting towards these OKRs possible leading indicators. If you were to set, for example, the objective of hiring 2,000 engineers for HSBC next year, what would be the conversation around that goal? What would be the leading indicators that would tell us, not necessarily at the end of the first quarter, but day by day, whether or not we are on track? Are we hiring above the budgeted rates? Are we hiring faster than we did 1 year ago? And all of these metrics we're trying to build, and we are trying to bring in the context of the goal setting, the act of goal setting. Last but not least, we're trying to obviously track the progress, and we're doing this either through alerts or through giving you access to exactly the real-time data that you have made available by the organization. The whole process that we went through in this presentation and the whole process that we're applying with our customers is depicted, is based on design thinking. And whether you have a hunch or an idea, that's how we start. Then we explore the problem space, expanding the reach and defining the best possible problem that we want to address. Later on, we move to a solution space and we create ideas only to then catalyze them and synthesize them into the best MVP possible. Afterwards, we start developing and we basically rinse and repeat. What we've seen is that product ownership is one of the most important areas in the software development lifecycle, and this process, along with the workshops it provides, are very, very important in catalyzing the best results. If you're looking for a process, if you're looking for a team with whom to do such a product, and you share values like design, technology excellence, passion, and hopefully no technical difficulties like I had at the beginning of the presentation, we'd love to have a chat, because only sky's the limit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kathleen. Any questions from the audience? I've got one. Anyone else? Yeah, please, David.
Hi, Kathleen. I wanted to ask if you guys do any kind of like real-time analytics, like where you're generating insights from data in real time that could possibly drive some business process automation. Is that an interesting subject for you?
Yeah, that's basically the end goal. Bringing real-time data from the organization to this platform and then building upon the data that we have in that specific data model afterwards for the organization. Yeah.
Cool. And then do you do business process or any kind of automation, process automation driven by the insights after you do the real-time analytics?
I think that would be a subsequent thing treated differently. It's not the scope of what we're building here. but I can see where you're going. But this means basically connecting the insights that you get from such an application that has access to real-time data and connecting them to other processes that you have within the organization so that you change something, send emails, etc., etc.
You change consumer behavior, and then you can automate some kind of process that would increase your revenue somehow.
Yeah, this is not the sort of vision and mission that we have with this application, but it's something that, depending on a case-by-case basis, you could do afterwards.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, great. So, any more questions? If not, we're going to keep on schedule. Kathleen, thank you very, very much.
Sorry for the problem.
And,
Sorry
we're
for
going to
the
jump
issues and the delay.
next presentation now. Thank you very much. All was smooth. We are now on to physically here in the room, and in fact, we're going to start with Core Technologies out of Prague. You guys are up next physically here on stage. 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, yes, just one second. Which presentation are we doing right now?
Core Technologies. He gave you the new disc. The new, it's a core new or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep speaking. Just keep speaking.
Well, thank you everyone for.
No, turn it on.
You want to use this one? Hello? Hi, my name is David Nichols. I'm the CEO of Core Technologies. We're based out of Prague, in the capital of the Czech Republic. By the way, won an award for the most beautiful city in the world this year. In case you haven't visited, it's very nice. I'm here with my business partner, Victor from Easy Data Integration, and we're going to talk about how we're empowering AI and data science solutions to scale in enterprises. And we have what I think is a cool demo case to show you guys that we'll get to in a minute. So, next slide, please. So, yes, so thanks. Basically, our platform, Core Technologies, we have a platform called Course Integration Engine. And Course Integration Engine is designed actually to enable AI and data science solutions to scale in enterprise environments. So it provides like access to data, access to fault-tolerant process orchestration, and also things like a framework for testing, for reliability and things like that. There's a lot of features in it, microservices, et cetera. I don't want to bore you guys with technical details because I'm very technical. Very good at boring people with them. So you can look at the slides. If you have any questions, you can ask me later. Next slide, please.
Thank you, David. Victor Bretan from Bucharest, Romania, from Easy Data Integration. Easy Data Integration is actually an integration center of excellence, where we deliver implementation for multiple integration technologies from IBM, MuleSoft, Dell Boomi, and obviously Course. We are a Core Technology Platinum implementation partner, where we actually support the implementation of Course by providing integration professional services, integration solutions, advisory on implementations, the full stack to get your product running. And especially with Course, one of our latest implementations was with OnDevo. So if we can move to the next slide. With OnDevo, this is a startup from Austria for customer care call center automation. So basically they have an algorithm for natural language understanding where you can optimize the call center activity to automate tasks and not just to quickly answer some of the unfortunately dumb questions that some of the automation has with many of the current algorithms in place. With OnDevo, we implemented the technology stack with all the components for one of the clients that has a large, if we can move forward, with one of the clients that has one of the largest data center and network operations for within Europe and at a global scale. And we try to automate and implement as many of the processes using Chorus as a low-code platform with OnDev. So basically providing with the integration expertise for the client, so they can use it as an integration for their different departments, for their business users, so they can do the integration afterwards inside their own company for the different process automation scenarios they have within the organization. On our side, we'll present for the demo just a simple scenario. David will receive a call from the automation from OnDevo, and we will provide the information for the ticket that was open for some time, and the automation will ask it for updated information regarding this situation. So basically, with the course, we provide the integrations between data science, between data analytics, data engineering, with the IT platforms and IT solutions that the customer already has in place. And this drives, in the end, the return of investment for the client.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a demo right now. This is basically call center automation. So this is a conversational AI integrated with a telephony system. And it has a huge potential to reduce costs in call centers and customer care. So I should get a call in a second here. And at that point, I will put it on speakerphone, and we can see how the call is going through. How it works. So the call is coming now.
Hello, this is Julia, an AI help desk assistant. I am called about a support ticket. Do you have time now?
Who is calling, please?
Great, thank you. This will only take a moment. Am I speaking with David Nichols?
Yes, it's me.
Great, thank you. We have an open ticket with the number 10002. The issue is about an unreliable internet connection. Has this problem been resolved to your satisfaction?
Wait 1 second, please.
I'll stay on the line.
Okay, I'm back. Let's continue.
All right. The issue is about an unreliable internet connection. Has this problem been resolved to your satisfaction?
Yes, it works. Thank you.
That's really cool. Thank you for your feedback. I will pass on the information and a member of staff will get back to you. We will do our best to resolve the problem as soon as possible. Someone from our staff may contact you shortly for additional information. Thank you again and have a great day. Goodbye.
Okay, basically, all of this is driven through the integration layer, which is receiving the intents of the user with natural language understanding. And Chorus is providing integration to the enterprise systems, providing data into the dialogue so that the dialogue can make sense for the customer. And in this case, what we've done is we've updated a service ticket in ServiceNow as well. Something we can't show you because of technical reasons, but in fact, that's a real demo, it's a real use case, and everything is actually working. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much. We finish early?
Yeah. Questions?
We are prepared for a live demo and trying to show how the solution works. I think with the current situation of technology hybrid scenario, which is the movie away with some screenshots. But if you want to see the solution or talk to us later, you can find us right here at the event.
Thank you.
I don't know who's next. Me neither.
Okay, we are on for next presentation, Self-Venator Technologies. What I'll do is somewhere, yeah, okay, great, right there in front of me. Super, so you guys ready for him? And we're on.
Do we have your presentation?
Testing.
He's the one with the remote.
Yeah. What is your I'm sorry, what is the presentation?
Self-Venator.
Self-Venator, yeah. With a twist.
I apologize. I need to.
This is good. It's working for myself.
People have been sending me.
We might have to go to flip. We might have to flip because
let's see if does it work. Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, happy to be here. My name is Lynch, and I'll be telling you a bit about myself and then what the experience is, and you'll see in a second the link to Self-Venator. So I've been in the design industry for about 16 years, and I got the opportunity to work for a lot of companies, startups, and large companies, and I got to learn a lot. And at the beginning of 2021, I was like, well, I'm kind of bored. What else could I do? And I decided to start a product design studio called Xperi. So Xperi is a product design studio, and the reason for why I built it, in addition to giving myself a new challenge, was that through my career, I got to meet a lot of talented people. In part because of my positions at various companies, but in part because of a very large event in Bucharest, Romania called Bucharest Design Meetup. I founded it and ran it, hosted it for about 3 years before the pandemic, and it was happening monthly. And for the past couple of events, we went over 200 attendees. So a lot of people interested in design, a lot of talented designers. And what I discovered was a lot of them were wasting sort of their talent and passion in roles that didn't empower them. A lot of times we stand in the success of our people, of our teams, and ultimately the success of our companies. So great network, a great network, a professional network. The other reason for why I thought, and this is not a mass advertising, the other reason for why I built this is I worked for many companies, but most notably Adobe and Fitbit. And with these companies, I've learned a lot. So with Adobe, I was in an innovation team, and I learned through Lean Startup how to validate ideas really quickly, how to test with users, how to talk to them, and how to validate whether a product would gain traction or not. And with Fitbit, I got the opportunity of building several product teams that delivered products for millions of people. So I was like, okay, well, professional network expertise, why not make a design studio? And later this year, Self-Venator acquired Xperi. The idea is to build a very strong product design arm inside what it is, a publicly listed software development company, and together grow as a full-service product development company. We're based in Bucharest, and it's a pretty hot place for startups, quick internet connection, but also a lot of talent, a lot of good universities, and a lot of passion for technology. And a very livable place in terms of cost of living. Bucharest is the capital of Romania, and Romania is that country in Central Europe that looks like a fish. Italy has their food, we have our fish. So at Xperi, kind of
design we do is we design digital products, so that could be your mobile app, your platform, but it also could be like a medical kiosk or any type of digital interaction. So to summarize, we created Xperia to bring talent from our network and our pool to build amazing products for our clients. And particularly, this is something that I'm passionate of, to make a positive impact on the world. This is kind of the products we want to work on. And this brings us to our case study. So one of our first customers is Crave. Crave is a product that is targeted to US markets, and its mission is to help people lose weight in a sustainable way, moving away from calorie counting. Right? And the way it does that is essentially creates a customized meal plan based on your height, weight, gender, activity levels, and it also gets you in touch with a nutritionist. This got recently launched at Web Summit at Lisbon, one of the largest summits in Europe, and the tour continues with Miami, Austin, Nashville, and Minnesota. This is the founder at Web Summit, Corey. We worked closely with her to build this MVP and launch it. And essentially, this is the product. So on the right, you have, once you've went through the onboarding, you get a personalized meal plan for you. And then on the left, you can get in touch live with a nutritionist that can guide you based on your particular situation and cravings and other challenges that you're facing throughout this weight loss journey. And essentially, this describes kind of the traditional way of going about nutrition, which is going into an office, telling the nutritionist like what you're eating, having that journal, and then having to check back and go back a couple of times there. Right? You also get recipes that you can essentially for the nutrition plan. You'll be getting a list of ingredients or foods that you need to eat, and the weight, and then for the recipes, you can combine that into something that you can cook yourself. We also have video workouts, and these are meant to be done at home, and they were highly appreciated. So the way we built this product was actually through really fast prototyping and iterating. So we did quick wireframes, worked really closely with the founder, and then we took these wireframes and prototypes to the users, and we kept doing that until we felt like we had a good solution, and we felt like we had something that the users could understand and use easily, and that met their goals. And then we did a lot of iterations over and over until we found the right solution. You can find now this app on the App Store. You can sign up today. And yeah, this is how we built Crave. Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay.
Ballpark, what does something like that cost?
Okay, so the question is ballpark, what would that cost? I don't have the exact cost for this, but I would say maybe $60,000.
How many months did it take, or weeks did it take?
About 4 to 6. Yeah. What I forgot to mention was that because we are part of the same company with South Mayor, we were able to develop this in-house. So the development of the app happened with us, so we were able to collaborate closely. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, super. Nice presentation. Okay, next one is Lena from Screaming Box out of Los Angeles and Hungary, I think, but also today out of Russia, I think. So please join us on stage. This floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be able to wear high heels after 2 years of COVID. Good to see everyone. It was very interesting for me to meet some of the people from countries where I used to live. I'm originally from Russia, St. Petersburg, and traveled to different countries of the former Soviet Union. So nice to see some of the people that I used to be able to be in the same community. So today I'm here to represent Screaming Bugs. And in Screaming Bugs, we provide digital services for companies that are located mostly in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley. And I will talk a little bit more about our process because that's something that I'm going to be focused on. And our main thing how do we focus on quality? What makes our developers be the best? And I don't like to use the expression the best because what are we comparing with, right? So I don't really like the competition in that sense. Next slide, please. Okay, so company overview. The company was based in San Francisco, was founded in 2012. We have over 100 clients, 250 projects we've done, not simultaneously, so over the years. And then we provide development work for startups, R&D labs, and enterprise companies. So some of our clients were Mercedes-Benz R&D, some of them are smaller startup companies like Bartender, some of the banks, UCB. And I'll talk a little bit more about what we do for each of them. So we have over 150 freelance developers, project managers, and also some other personnel in the pool. And I'll tell you about what I do. But one of the things I want to say when I talk about 150 developers, you understand in this business, number one, right now, developers are scarcity, right? So everyone needs developers. They are in high demand after COVID and after so much remote work. So we don't have people who are sitting ready for the project. So we have to juggle around in order to move people between the project and make sure that we provide the best quality to the companies that we have contracts with. So our senior developers have a very wide range of experience. We are GDRP compliant. I always mess up the abbreviation, but basically this is data protection. You all know what that is. And then we have 6 million in business insurance for business security. So I want to say a couple things about myself, because in the booklet that you're going to see, Dave Erickson is supposed to be doing the presentation, who is the founder and the CEO of the company, but he couldn't come. My role for Screaming Bugs is basically I manage clients' relationships. So one of our biggest clients is Firewood that was purchased by MediaMarks, and we have projects with Google. We basically contract developers for those projects. So we are very focused on how do we choose the best, not only from the technical point of view, but also from the point of view of the soft skills. And I will tell you a little bit more about that because that's our key focus in terms of not only on the technical side, but how do we make sure that people from other countries can communicate with US-based companies in a way that is productive and in a way that they contribute to the projects in the best way. I also have my own business. I'm a professional speaker, so I was part of IBM conference in San Francisco, so I speak on topics of resilience, heart intelligence, and emotional intelligence, and that's why it's so important for us to screen developers from that point of view. Next slide, please. So team quality, I'm not going to read this, but basically kind of to tell you, we first do the HR check. So motivation-based interview. We want to make sure that we know why people want to be on this project. We don't want people just to look for a job. We want to know what really motivates them to apply for this specific position. Or if we don't have anything right now, how can we possibly match developer with the best possible upcoming opportunity? So we do communication testing, we assess English language as well as technical skills. Then we do a very detailed technical assessment that can sometimes take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to make sure that we are having the best developers that we deliver. We also do personality behavior assessment, which is, in short, it's PI index, but it's basically, personality behavior assessment would be, it's a 10 minutes questionnaire, and what comes out of it is to tell you what kind of style this developer work. We also do this test for the clients. So when I have a developer and I have a client, I can run basically a test that will tell you if they're going to be a good match and where they might have challenges. I really like that test. In fact, I ran this test myself and my partner. We've been together for 10 years. And it was so accurate. I was amazed that after 10 years, like Myers-Briggs and other personal assessment, they were not as accurate as this one. But this really helps us to match developers. So then also they get additional training. So Screaming Bugs has been a remote company since it's been founded. We've always been remote. So now many companies offer that opportunity. So we have specific things that we do in order to improve our communication and make sure that we run projects successfully. And next slide, please. I don't need to really, this is just water. The behavior test a little bit. So as I mentioned, it tells us about the work style and how people develop, how they communicate, what are they comfortable with, are they introvert or extroverts, what can help them if they match with someone. Communication methods, how they express themselves, how do they listen to others, and what some of the expectations they have in communication. Working with people with different countries, I noticed, for example, if I work with someone, with developer from Argentina or Brazil, they have a very different way to compare with people from Eastern Europe. So they have hierarchical way and they usually are less willing to express what they would like to change or how they want to be. So when I interview people, I really look into, like if it's a leadership position, if it's a lead of the team, I really look, is this person going to be able to stand up to the CEO or to the CTO and express what they would like to be changed, possibly. And then also behavior tendencies, some personality types, and high level or detail oriented. Having said that, I also screen people, especially when I work with, as I mentioned, our client, screen people for Google projects. None of the people that I screen gonna pass by my evaluation because I really want to talk to people and see how do they match the possible project because we want to deliver only the best. And what I'm looking at how people are comfortable about telling a little bit more about themselves. Are they able to be vulnerable to the extent that they can actually create more cohesive environment when we start the projects, that they contribute to the project not only in the technical level, but also as a whole. Next slide, please. And so basically, say a little bit about flexibility and team management. So we have flexible hours, they can work any hours they want, but there is a requirement that they will be available if the client is on Pacific time or Eastern European time, EST time, that they will be available for some times. But they can, so also self-motivated personality type and consultative. Consultative means that they can share their point of view about the project and some of the things that can be done better with the team. With the remote team, it's really critical that the workflows are defined, the communication is very good. So we work a lot about with each person's style of communication. And so basically, I'm not going to talk more about that, but kind of our competitive advantage, so to speak, is that we really want to make sure that people not only selected because they have excellent technical skills, but they also have interpersonal skills that will allow us to be successful with what we do. Having said that, I'm all done. This is one of our clients, but I don't need to discuss about that. So that's all for me.
Okay. Quiet crowd.
Yes.
How do you manage projects with freelancers? So you have a project deadline, but a freelancer comes and say, I have a personal, things saying, I cannot be able to, today participate. Those kind of situations.
So I understand the question is how do we manage the project with the freelancers? And then you added something in regards to, so what are some of the specific that you added?
Specifically, the maximum is the project deadline.
Mhm.
So the freelancers is not binded to,
Got it.
I mean, they have one time to.
Yes.
So that kind of situation, like how can, I mean, what are the techniques that you help you to make the deadline project very well?
Okay, so the second part of the question was that basically with the freelancer, they might not be available and there is a deadline, so how do we manage that? So basically, it's kind of a very long, broad question, but to answer, I personally I am a big promoter of full-time developers. I really don't like the part-time mentality that, oh, I didn't have time and I didn't get to it, right? So I really, when I select someone, I really want them to work full-time on the project and have a dedication and be invested in that, because then it's much easier to manage. For the projects that we have part-time, it's very hard to manage because for the reason that you mentioned, and sometimes we don't do the release and we don't meet the deadline for that specific reason. So we are not perfect.
Thanks, Anna. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Anna. Okay, we're on for our last digital services showcase presentation from Linify out of Bucharest, Consulate. All of the stage is yours, and you have a presentation of Linify.
Thank you very much. One short. I'm actually from Lynch, not Bucharest. Yeah, it's a beautiful city in Romania, and I wanted to just say that. So I'm Cătălin, CEO at Linify. We help all innovators build scalable and successful products through a validation-driven development approach. This way, we can keep you connected to your success. Today, I'm going to talk about the showcase with one of our clients from the US, a tourism agency, and tell you about the process and what we did different in order to help them succeed. So, as an imagination exercise, please, everyone, just think about an idea or product, anything that you have in your mind for the past time, and you want to build it. So, how can we launch this 2 times faster with almost half the investment? Through one of our proprietary internal products, a low-code platform that removes the complexity of starting everything from ground zero. Okay, in the case of the tourism agency, they had the following problems. The traditional business model couldn't scale further, and they needed something more in order to reach more customers. The lack of innovation provided very weak differentiating on the market, and they had a lot of business dependency on third parties. The solution that we came up with was an integrated digital solution that could solve all these 3 problems. It was made of a website that they did not have up until then, and they wanted to clearly communicate their unique value proposition and also show that their unique branding communication strategy to their clients. And they wanted to develop a web application that was betting on a unique differentiator on the market, and that is a dynamic itinerary builder that could help them take personalization for each individual customer to another level. And all of this had to be managed through a single point, and that is an admin dashboard from where they could control both the web application and the website. So this is what the solution looked like, a short architecture of it. We had to build a central API that could communicate with the entire system, an admin dashboard that would provide them the interface in order to control the many different components of the system, and it was quite complex. The process through which we needed to go is to start from the idea level. They hadn't yet validated the product on the market, the solution with anything, and we had to take them through the whole journey. The journey starts with an idea, and we get to a concept by validating the problem, identifying the market, and analyzing both from an objective and a subjective perspective, the users and the general market. After we have validated the problem, we moved forward to the solution. We sketched the solution that was mainly based on this dynamic itinerary builder that they had. This was the bet that they were making. And afterwards, we would start building and develop the solution. After launching the MVP and learning more about from the market, we would iterate and move forward with additional features. So this is what the journey would have looked like. It would have taken between 14 to 18 weeks to fully develop the whole integrated solution, and we would have gone through the following steps. So how does the journey look from a numbers perspective? It would have meant for them to have a time to market of about 4 to 5 months. And they were anxious about the short window of opportunity that the pandemic presented, and also concerned about the scalability and adaptability that the system had after they would launch in the market. The team that had to be made up for developing and delivering this solution was about 6 people, as you can see. 1 project manager, designer, 2 front-end engineers, 1 back-end engineer, a QA engineer. And we demand on a total cumulated man hours of over 1,000. And the cost, their investment that had to be made was between 80 to 100K, depending on the complexity that we would run it from. Okay, so the challenge was they wanted to become the bridge between unique and local travel experiences and outside markets, but they wanted to do it fast and smart. And here we pose the question, what could we bring in order to bypass this and have something take care of the entire back-end services management. So this was the solution and how it looked, and this is what we brought in order to change it. Datafy, our internal product, proprietary internal product, low-code development platform that helped us build from the start the admin dashboard, the API, and the management of the databases and file storages. This way, they could focus the resources on the things that matter, and that were the dynamic itinerary builder, the main differentiator that they had in mind in going onto the market, making the website and their branding clearly communicate how they position themselves on the market, and it also helped in integrating third-party services that were needed. For example, we have to do a PDF generator integration in order to them to be able to print every itinerary that was created. So this was the journey, initial journey, and how it looked, and this is how Datafy changed it. So the time to market was dramatically reduced to 2 to 3 months. They were eager to see traction sooner than expected, and there were extra resources to ideate further after the product was launched on the market. The team was reduced to only 4 people, as we didn't need a back-end engineer, and the front-end engineer didn't have that much work because the admin dashboard was already there, and there were under 600 man-hours estimated for this. And the cost, the total investment for them was only of 52K instead of ranging between 80 to 100K. These were the results. As you can see, the web application, the website, and the admin dashboard where they had full control over the entire ecosystem. And for this, we use Datafy. Datafy is a low-code platform used for creating configurable, scalable, and secure backend APIs for your application, and it helped us with the following areas, such as APIs endpoint configuration, having an admin dashboard from the get-go, API documentation, and many more. So who is this for? This is for startups, spin-offs, or corporate R&Ds that are thinking of getting into the market with a really bold, unique differentiating functionality, and that's what they want to focus on. And they don't want to focus on the entire infrastructure from the beginning. They just want to validate what they're betting on. This was the presentation. You can contact me via email or by phone, and you can add me into your agenda if you'd like just to scan the QR code. Thank you for your time.
Okay, super. We are on for Moldova. Thanks for those presentations. We are a couple minutes late, but we're going to stay right away. And I think we've got Asha, I believe that we've got from Moldova on stage, right, online? Great. Irina, hello, good to see you.
Hi.
Irina.
Hi, good morning.
I didn't see you. Right.
Not yet? Yes, now it's working. Okay, we're going to present today Moldovan team not only. We have here a pretty big delegation on behalf of our country, but also a couple of people who are connected online. The first presentation that is going to be given is from the Invest Moldova agency, from Irina Tostovsov. Irina is going to make you a presentation about Moldova in general and the investment opportunities. If you ever think about coming to our country, feel free to contact the investment agency. Later on, we have another presentation from the Administrator of Moldova Department, Natalia Donsu. And also, we will be here to answer any questions that might appear in here or on the happen. So, Irina, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Marina. First of all, I want to greet the audience, to greet the Moldova team back there in USA. So sorry I couldn't be there physically, but I hope we see and hear each other nicely. I will share my screen now with the presentation. So. I hope you see my slides. I would like to receive a confirmation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So my presentation is called Moldova Next Destination for Investment. And as Marina mentioned, I am the head of country brand promotion. We are the one-stop shop for investment, the Invest Moldova agency. And I will present today the country overview in terms of investment offer with a focus on the ICT sector. So key facts about Moldova. We are the Republic of Moldova. Our key capital is Chisinau, and the population of Moldova is roughly 3.55 million as to January 1st, 2019. We speak, the official language is Romanian, same as in Romania, our neighbor, but most of us speak minimum another language, so the most common would be Russian, Ukrainian, and Turkish in the south of the country. Besides that, in school we are taught at least one European language, so this could be Italian, French, German, or Spanish. Our local currency is Moldovan leu, and for today, let's say $1 would be 17 lei. We are very good, very well connected to the European Union and our neighboring countries in terms of the direct flights. So we have direct flights to up to 21 countries and 42 cities. You can see here also on the slide the employment rate for 2020 is 38.8%, inflation rate, and GDP per capita. What I would like to say here is that our economy is a stable one. It's also been mentioned in the international ranking by Moody's international ranking as a stable economy for 3 years in a row. So from this GDP, 7% belongs to the ICT sector, with 3% out of which is the IT. And this number is in continuous growth over the last years. As I mentioned, we are very well connected to the European Union as well as the eastern part of the continent. You see here Moldova and Chisinau on the map and the connection it has to the regional countries. We have direct flights from the one and only Chisinau Airport, international airport, and these are the air carriers which are present in the Republic of Moldova. We have two low costers even. So The main advantage, what I would like to say of our location is that you can reach basically any point in European Union within 2 to 3 hours. So let's say you'll be traveling to London, you'll reach it in 3 hours, 1 hour to Istanbul, and 3 hours to Moscow. This slide shows Moldova in terms of free trade agreements. To capitalize on this strategic geographical position, we have signed the free trade agreements with most of our regional neighbors. So the European Union agreement signed in 2014. Then we have the traditional agreement with the CIS countries, the Central European countries, Guam, Turkey, and the newly free trade agreement with the UK. What is interesting, perhaps more for the companies operating in the ICT sector, is that these free trade agreements and especially the DCFTA, they have within these agreements the agreement on mutual promotion and protection of investment, as well as the avoidance of double taxation. What is also interesting for those companies which are mostly coming from the European Union is that together with the free trade agreement, we have initiated the process of the harmonization of the Moldovan legislation with that of the EU. So it somehow gives a predictability for those companies coming from the EU markets. This is the chart demonstrating the foreign direct investments for 2019. As a result of the free trade agreement with the European Union, most of the investors are coming from EU countries, so almost 82%. The FDI net inflows for 2019 has been 500 million US dollars, and this figure is a constant increase since 2017. Of course, with the pandemic, there is a decrease in the FDI net inflow. So if to compare 2020 to 2019, there is a decrease of 80% in these figures. The main branches benefiting from the foreign direct investments, these are the financial and insurance activities. This is mostly the banks of Moldova, which have foreign investors. All of them, the wholesale and retail, 25%. This is the entry of the German retail Kaufland into Moldova's market, and the manufacturing industry of 19%. This is mostly the automotive industry residents. The information and communication sector has 6%, and over the years we have been witnessing the change of this sector. So let's say the electric and thermal energy. 3 years ago, it was number one, and now you can see it having only 6%. So there is potential to grow this sector in investment attraction. I've mentioned them. Most of the investors comes from the European countries. You can see them on the slides. So let's say number one is Romania, France, UK, and Bulgaria, all European Union countries. This is the general investment fiscal system in the Republic of Moldova. So the corporate income tax of only 12%, the social insurance contributions of 24%, and the value added tax of 20 general per country. But there are sectorial activities which have a reduction in this VAT. Why I'm showing this slide is that we have, in fact, an offer in the ICT sector, which my colleague will say it afterwards. And I want you to keep in mind these figures because of the special regime in the ICT sector. So coming back for the information communication technology sector, what is important to say is that this sector has the fastest growth rate. It's been 40 to 50% growth for 3 years in a row, and it has a 7% GDP, as I mentioned in my first slide, including 3% for IT activities. This sector is a strategic one for the government, and it has dedicated policies applied. We have the strategic framework, the law on IT parks, and law on IT visa. and there's a constant government desire to improve even further this sector with its strategies and plan of activities. We have highly qualified and multilingual human resources. So it's over 30,000 employees in the ICT sector. And Moldova offers an incredible infrastructure in terms of ICT. So we are global top 5 by the accessibility of gigabit internet, after great big countries such as Singapore, South Korea, Malta, and Monaco. And 98% points of presence of fiber optic network, as well as coverage in 4G. Since 2019, we are testing the 5G. And all of this support from the government side, as well as the infrastructure built in this sector, have placed the IT services and products as one of the main chapters of exports of the Republic of Moldova. So they did surpass the wine exports for 2 years in a row. And those who know about Moldova, they know that we are a wine producing country. We are the 20th wine exporter globally. So these figures indeed have a loud voice behind them. Let me tell you about the talents availability from the Republic of Moldova. So yearly there are more than 2,000 graduates in the ICT sector, 4,000 IT students, and more than 4,000 engineering students. And you can see this figure of 30,000 employees in the ICT sector, divided by sub-industries, so IT, core IT services and products, as well as telecommunication. An important thing to say here is that the employee attrition rate is less than 5% per year. I've mentioned that we are a cost-efficient country, and let me give you some facts. So you see on the right side of the slide, the average software development salary. Country comparison, this is in euros, and it's per month for 2021, so fresh data. Moldova, compared to its regional peers, is ranked as one of the most competitive in terms of wages. And when we speak about very distinct specialization within this field, you can see, let me give you some examples, such as, let's say, a software engineer, a junior one, so 0 to 3 years of activity, he or she will be having an estimated 650 euros per month. And the same person being a senior one will make more than 3,000 already euros. And let me give you some other example. A web designer, middle web designer will be having some 1,000 euro per month. These are estimative costs. So, but it gives you an idea about the level of wages in the Republic of Moldova and the added value that having your company in Moldova can bring to your company. Also, on the topic of cost efficiency, I want to mention that Moldova is one of the 3 least expensive countries across 40 European countries. And you can see this described by, let's say, renting an apartment in the city center. It will cost you roughly 300 euros. A taxi ride of 3 euros within the city. You can reach the airport from Chisinau capital for, let's say, less than €1, in fact. And there are 2 international hotel chains, Radisson and Marriott, which provide rates starting from €60 per night. The consumer prices in Chisinau are less than those in Budapest, Bucharest, Krakow, and London. And Moldova offers co-working spaces, so more than 10 co-working spaces and more than 100 buildings of modern office stock, which have, again, a very interesting office space rent. You will be paying 50 to 20 euros per square meter per month. So again, when you compare it to Romania and Bulgaria, you can see the difference in Moldova. I wanted this to be a very short but concrete presentation, so I will just resume these slides by mentioning once again the main reasons to invest and outsource in the Republic of Moldova. So this is the time zone compatibility. For example, we have been just a couple of days ago in Portugal, and there was a two hours time difference. I am now speaking to you guys in the US, and I'm feeling comfortable. It's 7 p.m. here in Moldova. We can work with numerous countries within EU and CIS region because of this main advantage as the geographic positioning. Also to be noted, this is the proximity and culture. We are located from main European hubs, as well as having influence throughout history from the Western side. So it makes us very flexible and able to adapt to many situations. One thing of great importance, this is the multilingual population. In fact, Moldovans, I think all of us speak at least 2 languages. So Romanian is the official language, as I mentioned, and Russian is widely spoken. And of course, the European languages are taught starting from school. And the ICT workforce at very competitive prices, which I described earlier. You will be feeling very comfortable living in Moldova because we have 4 seasons, a very mild temperature. We are, as I mentioned, a wine producing country, and we can give you some very nice leisure time visiting the greatest Guinness Book records of vineyards, and having a very nice untapped destination, which is very much in great success now as the whole pandemic started. So this was all from my side. I will give the floor now back to Marina, and just want to mention that Just want to mention that Invest Moldova is ready to take your question. If you want to address something, we are here to provide you all the necessary information. So this was it from my side.
Now, everyone just learned about the wine industry in our country, but also the ICT sector, which is developing. Even this morning, I was super mad on the internet connection here in the States compared to the one in our country. So feel free to visit us and discover an untapped territory, as Irina mentioned. The investment agency in Moldova is open to give you feedback, to help you out in case you have any other additional questions. I also have the presentation and the brochures physically here, so anyone can approach me to give you more insights. Let's go to the next presentation, and we have Natalia Donso, who is the administrator of Moldova IT Park, a special taxation regime for the IT sector, but I'll let Natalia give you more details about that. Natalia, are you here with us?
Hi, Marina. Hi, everyone. I just thought now that it's almost the lunchtime in the US and it's evening in Moldova. We have participants on both sides of the ocean. It's very nice to see all of you. I am very pleased to greet the Moldovan team that is present now in Texas. Just encourage them to spread the word about the opportunities they discovered in Moldova, and encourage all of you to get in touch and explore the amazing cooperation opportunities with the Moldovan companies. As you have seen from Irina's presentation, the Moldovan IT sector was booming in the last 5 years, because we've seen a triple increase during this period. And one of the reasons why this happened is actually the legislation that we have approved on IT Park. So we can definitely say now that Moldova IT Park is the best opportunity for doing IT in Central Eastern Europe. Just let me know if you see my slides moving so that I can move ahead. So basically, our approach as a country was to develop policies, public policies that would be innovative. And the IT sector in Moldova was actually incentivized since 2006. That was the year when we took the Romanian model of helping the IT sector and replicated them in Moldova. But then in 2018, we have launched Moldova IT Park. The government created it for 10 years period, and in its second year of operation in 2019, the park was recognized by ITU as one of the best global practices in promoting and developing the IT ecosystem. Why this actually happened? Because indeed, Moldova IT Park, it's unique at global scale. It's unique because what we did is we took all the taxes that the company will pay in a normal regime, both on sides of its employees, but also on the part of the company, and replace it with a single tax on sales amounting 7%. This tax made Moldova actually the most competitive in terms of tax burden in Central Eastern Europe in one hand, but in the other hand, it simplified a lot the tax compliance for the IT companies, which of course we know that want to be focused more on their business rather than doing tax and accounting compliance things, which is also very important, and just reinforced our state's commitment to support the IT industry was the fact that this regime is guaranteed until the end of 2025. So we have a guarantee saying that no matter what happens in the standard tax regime, for instance, if the corporate income tax will go higher, or the social security, or the health insurance, and so on, the resident companies of the park will still enjoy this amazing tax regime. Besides this, another element of innovation came with the virtuality, because we do not require companies to be in a specific place or city to enjoy this special tax regime. The only condition is that the company is incorporated in Moldova and carries out its activity here. Many of the resident companies have foreign investments, and one of our objectives was also to connect the Moldovan IT ecosystem with the global market. It happens also through the exports of IT services, which count for more than 80% of our IT services and products developed in Moldova. So it's a very export-oriented industry, and just reinforces the idea of our competitivity at the regional but also international level. So all these foreign companies having investments in Moldova, but also the foreign clients that our companies work with require many time to have foreign specialists working here in Moldova. And for them, we have a special program. It is called the IT Visa program, and it allows a resident company to easily get a work permit for 2 years if we talk about IT specialists, or 4 years if we are talking about IT managers. And when I say easily, I truly mean an easy process that will allow you to obtain your work permit in less than one month. And then if you are a manager, for instance, you forget about the immigration authorities for the next 4 years. Of course, having the all the taxes included in a single tax, as you can see here, I refer to the corporate income tax due by the company, to all the payroll taxes due by the company and by its employees, to all the local taxes, road taxes, immovable taxes, and so on. So we are talking truly about a single tax of 7% on sales, covering the entire tax burden. And due to the fact that the employees' taxes are covered also by this single tax, the employees of these companies are not required to pay any other taxes to the state, but also are not required to make any additional tax returns. At its turn, the state insures all the employees with full state health insurance and limited social security benefits like maternity, sick leave, childcare, and so on. We could not skip the simplified tax compliance. Indeed, having 7 different taxes replaced by a single one simplified a lot the life of our IT companies. Now they can make a unique tax payment. They can have a simplified tax reporting, and of course this also translates in having more reduced costs on the tax and accounting compliance costs, but also the interaction with the state authorities. Just to give you an overview of our journey, in 2018, when the park was just created, we had estimated to have around 400 active IT companies on the market. And because it was truly an innovative idea behind the IT park, the estimation were that maybe 100 of these companies will join the park. What happened in reality, we had more than 300 companies residing in the park after 1 year of operation, more than double after just 3 years, and now the park reaches 900 companies. We are talking here about 70% of countries' market in terms of sales, and 85% in terms of exports. So the park became indeed the central point of access to the entire IT ecosystem, and it's a good place to know the companies and to find a good partner for you. Want to mention here that 20% of these companies come from have investments from 35 different countries, and if we take a look on the map, you will see the United States as being our top investor investing country in the Moldovan IT sector. Only within Moldova IT Park we have 27 resident companies as of now. But also among the first investing countries are listed countries from the European Union, like Romania, Italy, Germany, France, the Netherlands, and also UK. As I said before, 80% of everything that we produce in the Moldovan IT sector goes on external markets, and mainly we are focused on the US market and the EU market. Definitely, as you know, these are the markets that have high standards of quality. And only the fact that we are so oriented on them tells how truly competitive we are. Just in a few words about how is it possible to enjoy this amazing opportunities, in case if you explore the idea of expanding your business in CEE or maybe relocating it. The procedure is very simple. Any company that is registered in Moldova to carry out activity here can become a resident of the park if it derives more than 70% of its turnover from eligible activities. And as you can see, we cover the entire spectrum of IT activities, starting from software and games development till IT consulting, hardware management, but also some R&D activities based on high technologies and activities that are focused on the creative industry. Such as the production of special effects, animation, digital design, and so on. So it's a pretty large number of activities that can be carried out under the IT Park regime. It is easy compared to the countries in the region to become a resident of the park. We have compared with other technology parks and realized that indeed we make the application very simple. It's truly timeless, transparent, and it is regulated. Just to give you an overview of it, for instance, if you have incorporated the company in Moldova and you can apply in the second day to the park and ask us to become a resident. It's a simple application form. We analyze it within 7 business days and revert to you with a confirmation in this sense. And then you can conclude the contract with Moldova IT Park, become a resident, and start applying this 7% single tax regime from the next month. So, summing it up in a few words, Moldova IT Park now is not only the biggest IT community in Moldova, but probably also in CEE, but also a good example of innovation adopted by the government, which supported very much the development of IT industry, and it's a country project that we are proud of. We invite you to discover more about us on our website, but of course, taking the opportunity that we have delegation in Texas, I encourage all of you to get in touch and just to see in their own words as companies, entrepreneurs, investors, what do they think about the Moldovan IT ecosystem, the opportunities that are offered by our
Actually, I did
government?
many more. I'll talk a little bit about those. Yeah, can you change the slides for me, please? Clicker seems to be not very reliable. So I did desktop, yeah, similar to the ones that you saw here. Provides all the services that you need to do things. Next slide, please. I did that in a number of countries, Romania, Moldova being one of them. Currently, it's at 300 folks, even though I stepped out at some point. Basically, Moldova was my second location. I started out in Romania. So, and then the second opportunity that we saw here was, next slide please, was Crunchyroll. So Crunchyroll came to Moldova. It's a US-based video streaming service. It's part of Warner Media. Actually, Sony bought it recently for 1.2 billion. And it was a big investment, but it was the first investment for AT&T in Moldova, so it was a pretty interesting due diligence. And basically, with the acquisition of the Moldova operation, I joined the buyer, I joined Crunchyroll, I relocated to the Bay Area. I ran tech in San Francisco for a couple of years, integrated the office in Eastern Europe, and we made some more acquisitions in other European countries and integrated them as well. So, and that's kind of like, can we go to the next slide, please? So, that kind of like also, let's see, the bullet points could be tricky. Yeah, why would a German now talk about Moldova? So I had these two touch points with them. I moved to Romania in 2001 and learned Romanian, so that helped when going to Moldova. It was very early. In 2006 was my first time there. We didn't have the IT part. We didn't have all these amazing facilities that you just saw. I started the dev shop in 2008. I grew it to about 280 people.
Sorry, I'm waiting.
And then we had that acquisition that happened. So, and then I did it. So, just you know, you saw a lot about the talent there. So I think in terms of like raw technical talent, the people in Eastern Europe are great. But then when you work together, when you work across time zones, here in the US, depending on where you're located, it could be 7 to 10 hours, 7 on the East Coast, 10 on the West Coast. So you kind of really need to, you know, set up the units in a way that they can operate autonomously, because you won't be able to micromanage every little detail out of the US. And I found, and this is really purely anecdotal, different, you know, parts of the tech stack harder or easier to set up based on the people available in Eastern Europe. So have a look at that. That's my opinion. Being in the region for a while, and depending on what you need to get done, this could maybe be food for thought on how to set up the team. Yeah. So if you want to set up some of the harder stuff, then I suggest you have either a lot of in-house knowledge, or you have a local partner that can do that for you. But definitely someone you can trust to help you with that started. If you can get all that done, if you invest time in working with the people, you can really have fantastic results. And what I can say, the video streaming tech that we built out of Moldova and San Francisco together, like we didn't really have any significant productivity differences, neither in favor of US or Moldova. Like an engineer would kind of like deliver the same thing. So, but with the cost being 5x in San Francisco, of course. So, but it's a journey to get there. Yeah. What I always found, and this is something, because Moldova has become very dear to me, in terms of like key benefits for being in Moldova.
I really like that Moldova is a smaller ecosystem. That comes with its downsides, but the main benefits is you don't need to be FANG to get the top talent, and that is pretty much it. So I came in being a nobody. I was able to form a community, get to know the people there, and I was really able to tap into the top talent of the country a number of times already. And that is really a great benefit of being in a small community where you can, make a difference, even if you're not one of those big guys. So I'm a huge fan. And with that, just some impressions, yeah. So we were working hard in Moldova. This is actually a mixed US-Moldovan team. We were also working a lot of nights. We also had fun. I can tell you that nightlife is pretty good. And I also found myself a family in Moldova. So, yeah, and that's it. So if you wanted to, talk about Moldova, setting up shops, setting up a thing in Eastern Europe, feel free to reach out. You have my contact details here. I'm happy to chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon, for sharing your experience. Please feel free to contact him. Now we have another story from George from his book. He's going to share another success story about investing or developing a team in Moldova.
Well, thank you. I hope not as successful as Simon's here. You got me all envious. So my name is George. I run a company called Mixbook, or I run their office in Moldova. Mixbook, I don't know if anybody heard of Mixbook. Basically, if you haven't, go to mixbook.com. We actually sell photo books, right? So you might have heard about one of our biggest competitors, Shutterfly. So if you know what Shutterfly is, you know what Mixbook is. So we do sell photo books and photo articles. You go to our site, you upload your memories, you order it, it comes to your house, right? So what does that have to do with Moldova? We're an e-commerce company, but obviously, right, the secret sauce of what makes Mixbook run is our website, our editor, right? It has to be going all the time, has to be secure. So there's a lot of engineers that we employ. So we ended up in Moldova. We kind of fumbled, I think, our way in Moldova a little bit. And this guy here, and I swear to God, we didn't set this up. I had no idea he's going to be here, but this guy plays a huge role on how Mixbook ended up in Moldova. Because one of the founders of Mixbook was founded about 15 years ago, and the founders came to Romania. His parents were born in Romania. He's never been to Romania before. He thought, it's kind of an interesting place. Let me see where my parents are from, what's the story. And while in Romania, he went to Cluj. We have someone from Cluj here, right? Yeah, we went to Cluj. Cluj is basically the Silicon Valley of Romania. And there was a conference, Texas-CEE, huge conference out there in Cluj. And he, the guy was a developer at heart. He came to see what's going on, what's happening, and was kind of impressed by what he thought was, wow, this is like a whole world of talented engineers. And I think, and correct me, Simon, if I'm wrong, because you know the story firsthand, but I think he bumped into you there, right?
Yeah, actually we met at the conference. I was, some of my guys were organizing a conference at that time, and we got to talk. I said, okay, have a look. When you're done looking, how about you come over, check out Moldova?
Yeah, just jump over to Moldova. So he came to Moldova. Simon was running Yopeso, the company you saw about. It worked with foreign, basically, clients to help them set up shop in Moldova and even give them developers, help them with their projects. I mean, he was the trusted partner, so to speak. So that's how Mixbook ended up there. They said, well, this is interesting, Simon. We're not really ready yet to invest in Moldova, but since you do have a really beautiful building, you have, sort of a bunch of very talented devs, why don't we get some of your devs, and we will see if it works out. And it did, obviously did work out very well. I think we ended up hiring 5 or 6 or 7. We brought some of our own devs that we found. And Mixbook started really kind of, sort of awesome code in Moldova. Now in the past, Mixbook did hire devs from Eastern Europe, right? We hired devs from Ukraine, from Russia. We brought them to Silicon Valley. They worked for us for a number of years. Now they work at Facebook, the other book. and Google and whatnot. So it was pretty clear that we wanted an office of our own, like an office to call home with our own devs. So that's what happened. Basically, about a year and a half later, I came on board. Now I'm a lawyer by training. I'm not a tech guy at all. I'm from Romania originally, but my parents moved to the US. I grew up in New York. I'm a New York City attorney that was sent to Moldova about 12 years ago by an American company to set up their law firm. So I had a law firm. It was nice, it was fun, it was interesting. But then about 2015, I went back to New York. And then I bumped into this guy I told you about, the founder, and he said, George, don't you want to go back to Moldova? Run our, cool Google-like office there. You're gonna have the bean bags. You're gonna have the nice budget. We're gonna make everybody cool and happy and bring all the things that makes Silicon Valley great in Moldova. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll come to Moldova. So we came to Moldova. We're still working out of his offices. Within a few months, the big guys came knocking at his door, purchased him. He became a billionaire. Started flying first class. Wouldn't answer our calls. I'm like, all right, we gotta move. We gotta get our own shop, right? It's enough this. So we actually got an office. We started hiring people. We hired a bunch of people, and 5 years later, we're really excited. We're one of the big names. One of the names in Moldova. It's not big names, but one of the names in Moldova. It's a very, very exciting time to be there. I'm looking at the watch because I think Tom is gonna throw something at me. It's 25 past. We have a hard stop. And what I wanted to kind of emphasize a few things, right? You and Natalia and Irina kind of stole all the good things that had to be said about Moldova. What I want to say is that the first thing is that one of the cool things, let me go back a little bit. Back when I was a lawyer, running the law firm, an American law firm in Moldova, I had to go to different investment conferences and try to get investors to come to Moldova. It was a lot of self-interest, right? You find a great investor, you bring him by the hand, and you are their lawyer. So you had to go around and say, so you gotta come to Moldova, it's an awesome place. But one of the problems I always had, people would say, so what is Moldova known for? You think Switzerland, watches, banks, chocolate, but what's Moldova? And I was like, this was a tough one. It's a really tough one because Moldova, as most of you know, it was a small republic in the Soviet Union. It didn't really build integrated industries. It would do like a little rudder of the nuclear submarine was made here, and then a little wheel over there, and then it would go to Moscow, and then all the stuff would come out. Moldova didn't have integrated stuff, right? And the only thing I could think of, obviously, was the wine industry. It's a really easy go-to, right? Because most of the wine sold in the Soviet Union came from Moldova. It's a huge captive market, tiny country made all that wine, just what everybody had, like some cousin working in the wine industry. They still do, right? So it was really tough to say, what is Moldova doing right? What can I sell Moldova? Well, I have to say, after 5 years, I'm impressed. The IT industry has become like a beacon. I'm not kidding. You've heard the numbers, right? 2 years ago, IT exports overtook wine exports. It's a big deal. It's like Switzerland, I don't know, making widgets overtook banks or something like that. It's a huge thing that IT became such a big thing in Moldova and a lot of talented people. The other thing I want to say, the government, like in every country, right, politicians fight, but it's one of the few ideas they all got behind. They're like, look, this is going to be something we don't want to break. We want to make sure it grows. We want to make sure we bring the IT industry here. We even want, of course, we want to sort of push the entrepreneurship sort of ecosystem to grow. So a lot of this stuff is happening. A lot of this buzz is happening. If 5 years ago you would sort of listen to high school students or college students, what they want to do, and you kind of just eavesdrop, they will think you're immigrating. They're like, I'm going to leave the country. I'm going to get the hell out of this hellhole. Now you hear them and they're like, I want to become a coder. I want to become an engineer. I want to start up the next billion-dollar company. And it's exciting because you're part of the success story. So anyway, I don't know if this kind of gets any of you to invest in Moldova. I would like you to at least consider, doing some of your sort of outsourcing work in Moldova. And if you want to open an office, by all means, do it. People like Simon have proved not just that it's possible to do it, but helped so many others do it. I'm living proof there now. I moved there and been there like 12 years now, but only the last 6 years with the IT industry, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited about the future. I'm very excited about Moldova. So if any of you want to come, come, drink the wine, hang out. Tom knows we're good for it. All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry I rattled off like that, but we're out of time. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone.
As mentioned by George, Moldova is not only a wine destination, it is definitely your IT destination. We are still here, so please feel free to discover also the companies that you can find. Out of 900 companies, we have a catalog of the IT sector. So we will be very happy to answer all your questions and, of course, give you more feedbacks about Moldova. Thank you.
You guys are here for a few more days, so we'll catch up with you also a lot more. Okay, we're gonna vacate and do our. We'll cut out slightly, yeah. The bad way of saying it. That's right. No. Okay, we got the Adriana cruise coming soon, and lunch served in about 5 minutes. So we're gonna now go through our very quick awards process. We've got a thing here, yeah. And Craig, I want to ask you to take a couple pictures in case. If you will, that'd be great while we're doing this. In case I win one. In case you win one, yes. So we have had applications on our website for top 3 CEE Digital Services applications. So the idea was the top applications from Central Europe developed for Western Europe or US. And we have 3 awards today. And I first will read off the short list of companies that made it on the applications. And they are Wonder Makers from Czech Republic, Waltz Agency, CTO Tech, Linify, Softbinator Technologies, you've heard from today, Code of Talent, Medicae, Infopolus, Talent Alpha, IBA Group, and Intetics. So these are the applications that have been submitted to our website, reviewed by our jury. Several of them were here today. Really impressive jury, if I must say so myself. And we are now off for the first award. And I would like to invite up Dobrina Ustun from the US-Bulgarian Chamber of Commerce to open up the envelope and give out the first award. And it's a bit of a moment here, right?
The first award goes to Intetics.
Everyone from Intetics here. Yes, Boris, please. Going around too fast, okay. Congratulations. I'd say we have a few minutes. I'll only just say what your company is, very fast. 1 minute, maximum.
Okay, what we do custom software development for the 27 years. The company originally established in Belarus. Right now it's American corporation with offices in Belarus, Poland, and Krakow actually, and Ukraine, as well as Düsseldorf, London, and headquarters in Naples, Florida. It's 800 people, 800 like smart people. And we do a lot of innovation. So it's innovation everything. Whatever you like, whatever you do, it's like smart brains that can solve and actually deliver your product.
Thank you, boss. Congratulations. Okay, next award, second award. I would like to ask Marina from back on stage here from Moldova to give out this the second award, and the winner is. Drum roll, please. Someone said they need drum roll. Yes.
So we have the winner is Softbinator Technologies. Yeah.
Little picture, and you got to give the 3 of us a picture, right? Okay, cool.
you out.
Good, that's it.
We've heard from you, so you want to say a couple of words?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm especially proud because they're from Romania. Sorry.
Exactly. Thanks a lot. And the last award. And I'd like to invite Elizabeth Giddings from Venture Atlas Labs to give out this award and tell us one or two words about yourself and Venture Atlas Labs as well, before you open the envelope.
I didn't realize that I was an award winner.
Say that, I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. I feel like I am. Okay, palpable tension. This is the third and least but not last but not least award. Definitely not. So with Venture Atlas Labs, we work with international trade organizations and investors to help bring their companies successfully to the US in healthcare and life science. We'd love to chat with you a lot about that, and we'll be hearing more from me today at 3:30 and our esteemed panelists on transatlantic scientific opportunities. Okay, so back to the important part right before lunch. Let's see. The third winner is Linify.
Linify. Congratulations. Yes. Let's come here, get a little photo. Congrats, by the way. And say a couple words.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, especially Tom, for organizing this. It's a really nice event, and it has been one of the most successful trips to the US up until now, thanks to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you later in the afternoon. Good. Thank you. I just want to say last comments. Thanks for the delegation from Moldova for coming. Thanks for the city of Krakow. Thanks for all the people putting in applications. Thanks for the jury members. Huge thanks for the World Affairs Council, Mortada and Ben, and putting up with the difficulties with us as well. So everyone here for the facility has been wonderful. Thanks very much. I think we're pretty much on time, a couple minutes late. Lunch has started, and I want to say also thanks to Matt for lots of improvisation this morning and yesterday with some of the text out of it. Thanks to the Wolf Summit team in Poland with Hopin. We came off pretty well. We want suggestions and opinions for next year. We'll be back here again next year for the second edition. So now we continue with the focus on Western Europe and for lunchtime now. And thanks once again for everyone being here. Yeah, we're gonna get up anyway. For lunch. So why don't we do this? I think the social distancing thing is kind of over or almost over. So let's have a group photo. Everyone who's here, if you would come up on stage, and we'll get a very, very quick picture of everyone. If you would please join us for just 2 minutes. It'll be on LinkedIn and everywhere else, and that would be great if you do it. And bring your award. If you have your award, we're going to put you in the front. Get everybody in this room. Please, come on. You're all welcome. Please come up. Please do. Okay, award winners up front. Ladies up front. Tall guys in the back. Okay.
We are paid by the hour, so.
You're gonna have to get them to squeeze in a little bit, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna jump. Okay. Cool. What do we say? What's up? Cheers. What do you want?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Go.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Super.
Before you go out to lunch, just know that anybody who requested vegetarian, when you all the sides are vegetarian. There's also vegan sausage. It's in. It's around the mac and cheese. It's not in the mac and cheese, but there is vegetarian vegan sausage. Is the vegan sausage
I love it.
So where do you live now?
Got all the photos. I don't know if that's true. You might. Yeah, no problem. I'll get you a card and that'll remind you. I don't have any cards right now. I have to review.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like we can.